Councillors, stay seated, but you're welcome to join me, sing along. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi ake ana te ata kora, e hi, he toka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. Tēnā koutou katoa nau mai ki te hui o te Kōrau Tōtōpū, the Long-Term Plan, Finance and Performance Committee I tēnei rā. Welcome, councillors, and all of our guests. I wanted to open this meeting by, as it's our first full committee meeting since the flooding events that have been so devastating for many of our communities, by just sending our aroha and strength to those communities, the grief that we feel on your behalf, the loss of life, the loss of property, the loss of livelihood, and to pledge our ongoing support for those communities. And I particularly wanted to give a shout out for our sort of sibling council, Wairoa District Council, that as an organisation we're particularly pledged to do what we can to support you through this time. And I want to thank our CEO and the organisation for the way that they have pivoted to supporting those communities. So just wanted to note that, and before we get on with our business for the committee. Please let Democracy Advisor or me know if you need to leave the meeting. Morning tea will be about 10:45, but there'll be a bit of movement. And on with the business of apologies. So nearly everyone is here, I believe, but we have apologies from Poiwi Liz Kelly for partial absence. Are there any other apologies? Councillor O'Neill for lateness, and do I have a seconder for those? Councillor Paul, and we will put those apologies. All right, that's carried. Thank you, colleagues. All right, we now move on to the conflict of interest declarations, and I do have one. I believe, Poiwi Holden, that you have a non-financial conflict of interest for the CCO paper coming in public excluded. Thank you, if we can note that. There are no items not on the agenda. And there's no confirmation of minutes because this is our first meeting. So we will make history. Well, we'll make minutes. So I just also want to note at this point the change to the order of the items on the agenda, that they have been reordered. So the final item is now the annual plan, draft budget, and as the councillors will be aware that we will have a discussion later in the meeting about an adjournment. And so that is to come. So, yeah, we'll start with the CCOs. But first, we will do public participation. We do have some, a full slate of public participants this morning. So the first one I have on my list is Luke Somerville from Generation Zero. No mai, I'd like to welcome you up to the podium. No, my Luke, and you have 10 minutes, including, leaving any times for questions, but you know the drill. Welcome.
It's actually the first time I've spoken at the podium, so I'm quite nervous.
And sit at the table if you'd prefer.
No, this is fine. I might get managed. All right. Kia ora koutou. I just wanted to give everyone here a little bit of a story to start off. So it's a story about Wellington. For years, councillors have made a deal with the public. Basically, vote me in and I'll keep rates low. Year after year, this has continued, a race to the bottom. And meanwhile, our infrastructure has remained critically underinvested. Our public spaces shrunk, our public transport fell into disrepair, the city became more for those who could afford better transport, who could live in better, nicer areas, and who didn't have to rely on public spaces. And meanwhile, the approaching storm of climate change moved closer and closer without us seriously acknowledging it. We are now at a critical point. We have a once in a generational chance not only to cut emissions, not only to invest in our infrastructure, but also to make the city livable for everyone. I want to remind everyone here that if we do not do this, the effects in the future will be even more severe. Climate change and the extreme events that will follow will impact everyone. No matter what your political persuasion is, it will happen. Once there was a toxic idea that trickle-down economics will be the tide to rise all boats. Now we understand, not only from Auckland, but from everywhere around the world, that these crises will affect everyone, but not just that those who are less fortunate will be impacted tenfold. I applaud this council and the one before it for their efforts to deliver on this kind of city. We must now go further and faster in the right direction if we're going to build a safe and sustainable city for future generations to call home. I'm standing here because I believe in this vision. But I also want to look future generations in the eye and say that I did everything that I could to make sure that they could live safely. And I think everyone here, I just want to encourage everyone here to be able to do the same thing, because this is really important. Yeah, a bit of a short speech, but that's all I have.
Thank you, Luke. I have a question from Councillor Paul.
Kia ora, Luke, thank you. I was just wondering what role you think climate education plays in our community and what value that gives people in terms of that climate anxiety and that climate grief.
I think climate education can be really helpful, especially for any opportunity to make people feel like they can make a difference, you know. I mean, frankly, part of the reason why I'm here is that I've been to university, I know kind of about these processes, and I know that I can get involved. But for a lot of people, I mean, before even getting up to this podium, there are hundreds maybe of impediments that stop the public from getting here. And it shouldn't just be people like me who are making these kind of speeches if we're going to be really representing the city.
Councillor Calvert. Thank you, Luke, for coming in, and you've done an excellent first job of presenting. Obviously, we just, like in the newspaper yesterday, it was about how students are, preferring other areas than Wellington, and one of the cases about affordability. And of course, before us, in you talking about the annual plan, we're projecting a 12.8% proposed rates increase. I mean, is there anything that you think we should be doing more of or less of? Given that a big impediment is currently our water infrastructure, not just the infrastructure, but from a reputational aspect on our city. So just wondering if you've got any views on, what's facing us right here and now.
Yeah, thank you. So a few things. I think that there's a bit of a problem about Wellington. It's not just so much that it's expensive, but people feel like, as it were, they aren't getting their money's worth. Houses are cold and damp. Public transport, buses aren't arriving on time. There's the water issue. I think a lot of people are wanting to see some really decisive leadership in council, and they want to see people saying, all right, what are we actually going to do to build a better city? Because I think if I can speak from people from my generation, a lot of people feel like we've essentially kicked the can down the road and we haven't been building for the future, and people want to see that. And I think if Wellington has a vision again, an idea for the future, that a lot more people will want to come here.
Thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, thanks, Luke. Thanks for your presentation. I just want to be a bit clear about what you're really asking for from Generation Zero. Are you saying that the rates increase of 12.8% is fine, or would you like to see more done in terms of supporting climate change and and even if it meant higher rates? That's just my first question. And the other question is, the council has a lot of services, supports a lot of different, important community needs. Is there anything you think the council could do less, so that the focus that you would like to see can get even more resources? Thanks.
Yeah, excuse my flowery language. What I'm really getting to is basically, if I could put it in one sentence, it's that now is not the time to continue cutting rates, basically, and then not delivering on core services that need to be delivered on. So yeah, I definitely think there's no issue with the increased rate. Well, I understand that it's difficult for a lot of people and the cost of living is tough. I just want to put that forward. It's not an easy thing, and obviously renters will also be better, will also have to handle that. But I guess what I'm really saying is that we've got to the position now that our infrastructure is underinvested, and we have to do something about it. I mean, I can't really think of any alternatives. We have to pay for it somehow, right? And I would like to see that people who can pay it, pay it. So in terms of climate, I mean, really, it's just about whatever sort of climate initiatives we have are for everyone. So, I mean, cutting emissions by having better public transport, like Let's Get Wellington Moving would be great. Making sure that there's avenues like for the cycle lanes. It's of course Generation Zero support of cycle lanes that enables people to get around the city who don't have a car. I think, I can't think of anything off the top of my head, sorry. But
No, thanks. That was very good, thanks.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks, Luke. Hey, I'm just clarifying what you said just now, that you want money spent on the infrastructure. My, I guess, single-minded focus is on fixing the pipes. Would you agree with that, or do you think we should actually be doing more in the wider range of infrastructure?
Yeah, I do think that the pipes question can be a little bit sometimes a way to avoid other issues. I'm not saying that we shouldn't invest in the pipes. Obviously, we should invest in the pipes. But, I mean, I don't think it's as simple as throwing all of our money into the pipes and quickly getting that done and then forgetting everything else. I mean, can't we do both? That's basically what I'm saying.
Councillor McNulty.
No. Right. Kia ora, thanks for coming in today. Would you agree with the proposed mass rapid transit route through, whether it's light rail or bus rapid transit, for technology would be the most transformative thing that Wellington could do to, one, address transport emissions, and two, enable housing and affordability?
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. And that's actually something that I forgot to mention, but is actually really, thanks for bringing it up, is that a crucial part of housing affordability is increasing public transport, making it better, making those routes, those corridors better, improving density. I mean, everyone knows Generation Zero's opinions on that, I think.
All right, it looks like we've run out of questions, but we've got a lot out of that 10 minutes, so thank you very much, Luke, for taking the time to come in and speak with us today.
Yeah, sorry, just one more thing. It's really crucial to mention, but of course, we also need to think about our obligations to Te Tiriti as well, and I think that is definitely not something that should be left off the table because, we can't afford it or something along those lines.
Kia ora, Luke. I'd now like to welcome to the podium or the desk Isabella Cawthorne. Kia ora, Isabella. You have 5 minutes, including any time for questions. I know that's a tough. Thank you.
Kia ora, councillors. Thanks for the opportunity to speak at this important juncture. I'm speaking as a citizen, but one who's been paying a lot of attention as a bit of a nerd over the last 10, 15 years. And I want to salute the position you're in right now. It's super hard, obviously. Cost of living, cyclones, sea level rise, perfect storm. They keep telling us it's 1 in 100 years. These kinds of perfect storms are going to keep coming. And I salute the fact that as representatives of your constituencies, you've got real empathy and you are listening to people's calls saying this is really hard, we're struggling. And Wellington is finally starting to reconfigure the fundamentals of our urban fabric, our transport, our layout, to something that's going to give to people with both hands. It's that mass transit, it's the walkable and bikeable streets, it's the intelligent logistics and servicing, it's the great living for loads of people in pleasant green streets. This is the stuff that's going to give people rich, full lives in Wellington without having to own or run or store or maintain a private car, unless they're really into that, in which case, cool. It's going to let Wellington become that place where talent can actually afford to live. We are just starting this stuff now, after 10, 15, 20 years of good intentions, of good words, of good strategic direction, of reports by various consultants. We're just starting to show that we actually value those words. And it's this essential infrastructure, this urban fabric that gives the city with both hands rather than giving with one and taking with the other. It's the lack of that stuff. People saying, oh, that's a nice to have, which for the past 15, 20, 30 years has actually got us into the situation we're in now, where our city, you cannot live a full life without running your own car. Yeah, that we've taken that choice away from people in the way that we've built the city. And council after council for year on year saying, yes, we're really into Wellington 2040 and all these things, and then failing to actually pay for it is where we are now. So I really salute you, because you're the council that's actually starting to get this stuff going, to make it real. And now is not the time to start backsliding on that stuff. Now is when the perfect storm, like all these other future perfect storms, is coming to bear on you as leaders. And now is the time when you have the opportunity to think about your kids and your grandkids and your nieces and nephews saying, yep, my auntie or my nanny or my granddad was in council at that time and it was really hard and loads of people were telling them that they shouldn't do it. But they did the right thing. They knew it was hard. They knew this was important. They knew there was a big change to make, and they did it, and I'm really proud of them. That's all.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Calvert.
Thank you for coming in, Isabella. You talked about infrastructure, but infrastructure can mean lots of different things. So when you're talking about the infrastructure, what do you mean by the infrastructure?
There are two things. Thank you. Very good to be clear about these things, right? Because you can drive a truck through some of these definitions. When I talk about the infrastructure of our urban fabric, I'm principally talking about transport and the interplay between transport and the vertical stuff, the homes, the buildings, the commercial spaces, the parks, the public realm. So that infrastructure being roughly right is the big shift that Wellington's making at the moment. Now, the pipes question is huge. And the pipes question is not a Wellington-only question, right? There is so much reform underway to the fundamental brokenness of local government funding, of infrastructure funding, of the distribution of responsibilities versus finance across New Zealand, that to steal funding from the really important stuff that is only the cities to make, the transport, the better housing, the better urban form, would be not just a shame, it would also be incredibly myopic. And I think there's actually no merit in councillors saying we have a single-minded focus on one thing, because that, and I hear it a lot, it's actually not how cities work. And nobody's really going to believe you can make a difference as a leader of a complex, sophisticated system like a city by being single-mindedly focused on one thing and saying we have to get this right before we can do anything else. Cities are iterative, they are constantly changing, and it's far better to be roughly right than precisely wrong.
Thank you. We're out of time. I really appreciate you taking the time, Isabella. I'd like to call Miriam Moore up to the podium. And Miriam, you have 5 minutes, including time for any questions. Thank you.
Kia ora. Kia ora tātou e te kōrau Tōtōpū, ko Miriam Moore tōku ingoa. Good morning, I'm Miriam, a Wellingtonian, a cyclist and an advocate for better places. I'll try to keep it brief because I'm aware you've got a pretty big day ahead of you. I believe that Te Kaunihera o Pōneke is a leading council in Aotearoa when it comes to transformative and innovative change around the infrastructure in our city. In the face of climate change and the weather events we see happening across the country today, we know how critical it is to invest now more than ever in our cities, streets and mode shift. While you consider your budget priorities today and next week, I ask you to remember that vibrant, successful and sustainable cities are the ones that put people at the heart of their decision making. And I believe that's done through vision and transformative street design. I've seen what can happen in these meetings when we lose sight of the bigger picture. Reviewing budgets comes with a risk of losing the aspiration for a better Pōneke. And a better Pōneke goes above and beyond a functioning Pōneke. I don't dream of a city where the pipe works. I expect a city where the pipes work. I dream of a city where I can ride my bike to the shops or home from work without fear of dying, a city where its residents aren't forced into car ownership to be able to meet their day-to-day needs. And Wellington is on the cusp of this incredible change. I see more cyclists every day, e-bikes the new black, and I think if we don't capitalise on supporting this mode shift, we'll look back on this moment with regret. It's hard, I respect it's really hard to put on your future vision goggles and look at these planned programs as beyond anything but road cones and consultations. But things like Te Atakura, Pāneke Pōneke, Let's Get Wellington Moving, they're critical initiatives with people and climate at the heart of them. They're also really vital to complement the district plan changes that are happening. We can't have growth, intensification and more homes without these great streets to connect us. And great streets are safe to walk down, cycle on and just hang out in. Great streets attract people and businesses with long-term economic benefits. Great streets give children autonomy to be free in public spaces. Great streets are accessible and they're equitable. Great streets are green and they're climate resilient. Great streets encourage social interaction and they build stronger communities. I really don't think you can put a dollar value on what investing in our public spaces can do. We know that creativity and vibrancy runs through the heart of Wellington, and it's the thing that makes it a wonderful place to live, because let's be honest, no one moves here for the weather. It's crucial that the plan harnesses this energy. Short-term financial relief is not worth cutting our critical infrastructure projects that put climate and people first. We aren't the only city in the world facing these challenges, so let's be the global exemplar about how we pushed through and supported our residents and our businesses through change and financial hardships. Your leaders, your city shapers, so I'm really proud to live in a city with councillors who have this at the forefront and commit to climate action now. So I just ask today that you don't let numbers overshadow the big picture and the shared aspiration that we all have to live in the greatest city in the world. So ngā mihi nui kia koutou, thank you for listening.
Thank you. We've got a couple of questions. First one, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And Miriam, obviously you're on the Tawa Community Board, so you understand that, Tawa's got a lot of, needs a lot of work in the infrastructure, especially in the water space.
Sure do.
So, given what you know and given you as a community representative, and you're going to have to make some tough decisions about what you support as a part of a board, what do you think we should be, are you saying that you think what we're in the papers that would be acceptable to what you know of your Tawa residents, or do you see that we should be putting more money into water, putting the rates up? I mean, do you have a view on any of that at the moment?
I know how hard these conversations are, and the rates thing, we know it's from these years of underinvesting that we're in this position today, and I don't envy the position that you are in to face this. The crucial part is the storytelling and this bigger picture and letting our citizens understand what we're doing for them, that, we're not just pushing this financial burden on them, we're making it easier in the future so that we don't have to keep coming back and having these conversations. But it is going to be a really tough time, and we just have to bring everybody along with us.
On the 12.8, so you're comfortable what's in the plan?
Sorry, I've got more questions, so I'll go to Councillor McNulty. Thank you.
Kia ora. As a resident of the greatest ward in the greatest city, could you just explain your experiences cycling down Johnsonville Road to us, as Johnsonville Road cycle lanes are an option that's being talked about?
I used to only take the back route because I was too nervous, but I decided to cut that extra 10 minutes, and I got car doored on my first experience and pushed into a car that was behind me. It was really horrific, so I don't actually use that cycle lane as just paint. I take the road because it's too dangerous. It's a horrible place. So...
That's
my opinion.
We're out of time, so I want to thank you for taking the time to come in and speak with us today, Miriam.
Thank you so much for listening. Yep.
I'd like to welcome to the podium Andrew Linson. No mai, Andrew. And you have 5 minutes, including any time for questions.
Morena koutou councillors, thank you very much for having me here. We are facing a 12.2% rates increase. It would be very easy for me to come here and complain about paying 12.2% more in rates, but I actually want to congratulate you that I will be paying 12.2% more in rates, because I see that as a sign of this council's commitment to improving Wellington. We need to pay more in rates. That's the hard truth. We have had underinvestment for years, and things like the cycleway, safer streets, the bloody pipes. Yes, we have to deal with all those. No one wants to pay for it, but I'm confident that if we put the money in now and we work on it now, future generations will be, as other submitters have said, will be thanking us for it. I've been really encouraged and happy to see the progress over the last few years. The start of the transitional cycleway program has been amazing to watch happen, both as a cyclist and as someone just seeing more cyclists out there. The speed reductions, all the improvements coming forward around livable streets, walkable streets, streets where I actually feel safe to be a pedestrian. I feel confident not having a car. It's been amazing to see, and I just really want to, I guess, congratulate Council on taking that leadership role. And honestly, I think even though there's a lot of pressure on the rates issue, I think the electoral results are really showing that you have that mandate to make this change, and I really look forward to seeing what the next 3 years holds from you as a council. Thank you.
Questions, councillors? No. Oh, yes, Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for coming in this morning, and thank you for your presentation. If you could list 3 things that you would like the council to be focusing on, what would they be?
Yeah, so it would be only three things. Okay. I would say cycleways, because I see that as a really important transformative change if we want to reduce the congestion in Wellington, if we want to reduce our carbon emissions, then getting people onto bikes, giving people more options is critical. Working with GW to fix the buses, bus lanes, rapid transport, all those sort of things. And then I also think safer streets, so reducing speed limits, the idea of 15-minute cities, letting people have this sense of community and not having to travel as far to do all the things they want to do.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you, and I agree with everything you say. Problem is those rates increases are sort of, interest rates and not very exciting things that will get us closer to the goals. So, in terms of funding the things that we really need, like light rail and more housing, where would you see that the money should come from? Because I presume you wouldn't support 50% rates increases. Is there a role for government, business, and so on?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, like I said at the start, we just kind of have to accept that there will be rates increases, and unfortunately the rate payer does have to shoulder a lot of that burden. We've had inflation of 6-7%, so a 12% increase in rates isn't quite as dramatic as it sounds in that context. And I think I don't want to suggest there's any magic solution to finding the money somewhere, and it's just sort of the unfortunate reality we have to face here.
Right. I don't think there are any more questions, so thank you, Andrew. Appreciate you taking the time to come in. Martha Jeffries. No mai, and welcome to our committee meeting. You have 5 minutes, including time for questions.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Martha Jeffries, a Director, Producer and Climate Communication Consultant. For the past 9 years, I've worked almost exclusively in climate and ocean science communication, through film and television, non-profit organisations, and more recently advising Wellington City Council. I've spoken on climate storytelling and engagement at Nexus Global, UN World Oceans Day, and the Vatican. After over a decade in New York City, I've recently returned to Wellington and am now a proud ratepayer. This is a crucial moment for our country. We've just witnessed our first major climate disaster. Last week's events have shown that climate change is impacting us here and now. But if climate is finally front and centre, it's also scary, confusing, and often paralysing. There is a big gap between being aware of the problem and effectively acting on it. More than ever, Wellingtonians are receptive to climate messaging. Research shows that Wellingtonians overwhelmingly support climate action, but don't know what actions have the most impact. Many people think recycling is the best way to address climate change. It's not. Our citizens want to contribute, but don't know how. They need education and engagement from trustworthy sources on what to do. I ask everyone in the room now to consider if you can list 6 climate actions in order of impact. Chances are you've found it hard. And that's why it's so crucial to continue the excellent work Wellington City Council is doing to educate and inspire our citizens. The proposed annual plan is ambitious for its climate action and engagement. The next step is to ensure the people are included, because we cannot meet our goals without active engagement from educated communities. Talking about climate change is critical to raising awareness and building support for climate action. Research shows that while most people are worried about climate, few speak about it. The political and scientific complexity of the issue stops many people from discussing it for fear of conflict or getting the details wrong. It's essential to communicate what to do and what crucial work the Council is already doing for our city. Our city is in a period of necessary transition in order to rapidly reduce our emissions and increase resilience to more frequent and severe weather events. Wellingtonians need to understand changes to our streets and urban centre in the context of climate action. And they need a clear plan for how they can contribute. We need to offer concrete, actionable solutions, connect climate action with positive outcomes for our community, and offer support along the way. It is still in our power to stop the worst of climate change. Action matters now more than ever. We get to choose how bad this gets, and every nth of a degree of warming that we avert makes a difference. But we cannot do this without a well-informed community who knows what to do and how to contribute. Social movements are at their most powerful when people are emotionally engaged. We have a golden opportunity to redirect this current groundswell of feeling towards positive climate action. And in addressing the climate crisis, we have an opportunity to reshape our city for a future to believe in. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. I put myself on the speaking list to ask you a question, and it is, does climate education, I mean, I think some people out there believe that climate education is about whether or not climate change is real, and is that true? And I guess to ask you your kind of thoughts about our success if we separate climate action, from education.
I think they're crucially intertwined, and I think that while people are aware that climate change is now happening and there's very little debate on what the causes are, there is real confusion and paralysis around what to do. And we know that there is an intention to action gap. We know that people want to contribute but have no idea how, and that they're often intimidated or too overwhelmed to ask the questions. So we need to provide that education for them.
Thank you. And one last question from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And I'm not disputing this, but I'd really like some real examples. You said about the excellent work that Wellington City Council are doing in this space. Mm-hmm. Can you give me some examples of what you see is that?
I've been working as a consultant with the council on a climate action engagement plan, and so I see continued investment in that, crucial to bringing our citizens along on the journey.
Okay, so you're funded by council?
I have been consulting.
Right, okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Martha. I appreciate you taking the time to come in today. So the last public participant hasn't been able to make it, so that means we will move on to the CCO's presentations, and we are going to start with Wellington Regional Stadium Trust. And I believe, so Shane is online. I believe Rachel's not here? No, so...
No, just just myself today.
Oh, there you are. Kia ora, Shane, and
Kia ora.
welcome. And you have 10 minutes. And it's
Thank
lovely
you.
to see you.
And lovely to see you too. I think there are some slides to go with it there. Yep, good. Okay, so I'm just going to cover 4 things briefly. I'll show a slide from our AGM wrapping up the last year, FY23 to date, and updates on reporting against the Statement of Intent, an events outlook, and also our CapEx program. Next slide. So I won't dwell on FY22 that much. A year ago, when we were sitting for the 21 AGM, we were saying that 21 was a year like no other. We didn't know that 2022 would be substantially worse. We hosted Beervana in August 21, and we didn't hold an event without crowd restrictions again until April the following year. So as a result, we had just 77,000 fans through the venue. We had a net loss of $4.7 million. And, we've covered this before, but we're enormously grateful for the support of the settlers, both the Regional Council and the City Council, during that very, very difficult period. But the good news is we are emerging strongly. And if we go on to the next slide there, we've got, we've already, in the first half of the year, we sent through the H2 report, 25 event days. We will end up around 50, so back close to what our long-term average is. We've had 165,000 people through the venue in the first 6 months. A net surplus of the first 6 months of 2.8 million. I will caution that most of that is grant related, including the 1.5 million from the Regional Council and some government funding coming through for CapEx projects related to the FIFA World Cup. But we're obviously in a much, much better position. And the event pipeline is very positive, and we've already hosted some great events for the year. Next slide. So just a couple of points I'll make on the Statement of Intent and reporting against it. I'll cover the FIFA World Cup preparation in a moment when I'm covering CapEx. We're making progress on the seismic program. We've received revised construction drawings, and we have quantity surveyors preparing a budget update, and we expect to be in the market and tender in the second half of this year. So that is moving along well. The Franwell Walk is almost complete. So that's been over several years, but is a great result. I'll talk about events in a moment, because that's what we're all about, is bringing big events and delivering benefit to the city and the region. Regarding insurance, we've obviously had long discussions with the councils on insurance. We did settle in the end on a new program. So we've taken out a concept called parametric insurance, where we're insured against a defined peril. So basically, we would receive a payout if in the event of an earthquake, there was a certain ground acceleration. So the level of payout depends on the level of the ground acceleration. It doesn't cover us to the level of the old insurance, but it's more likely to pay us out in the event of a lesser earthquake. So like, for example, Kōrau, previously with a $25 million deductible. So we'd need a major earthquake to get any payment. But this new policy would deliver some benefit in the event of a Kōrau type earthquake. So it's a new product, and we'll be happy to take officers and councils through that in further detail. Support for zero carbon and zero waste. We're making some really good progress there. Just to give you an example, the Guns N' Roses concert in November, we were able to divert 80% of all event-related waste from going to landfill. That compares to 43% from the last time Guns N' Roses played, I think in 2017. So making really good progress on waste reduction. We're going through an energy transition plan, working with Lumen, and we've received some funding from the Greater Wellington Regional Council Low Carbon Acceleration Fund for that work. So we're working through that at the moment. I think the first stage is going to be, we're obviously working on the tower lights at the moment, but we want to remove all of the halogen lamps throughout the whole building and move to LED in the near future. So that'll be the first phase of that. And we've also developed a new relationship with a recycling plant in Palmerston North, which has allowed us to recycle approximately 2,000 square meters of the old plastic turf protection, as well as old seats and corflute signage. So making some good progress in that space. And then improving outcomes for Mana Whenua and Maori. We're working very closely with the City Council and Jamie and the team in terms of a joined up CCO plan here. So it's early days yet, but we've identified 4 pillars that we're all aligned on, and we will continue to work through that. Next slide, and I'll fly through these, just a summary of the events. Like, it's just great having events back. We've had 3 concerts already this summer, 660, next slide, Guns N' Roses, and then next slide, of course, Ed Sheeran. For us, for me, an absolute career highlight, 48,000 people in the venue. We've never seen the venue like it. I'm enormously proud of the team and the 1,000+ staff that worked that evening. We delivered an incredible experience and have a happy promoter, and hopefully a lot more similar events coming our way in the near future. Next slide. It's a year about women's football. We will host this between October of last year and August of this year. We will have hosted 18 games of women's football at the stadium. I mean, unreal when you think about it. And it's a very exciting period. Obviously, the Phoenix women's first home game, setting an A-League record. And then next slide, we held the record-breaking Football Ferns USA game in January. So, it's just fantastic to be hosting these events, and I'll talk a little bit more about FIFA in a moment. Next slide, we host the Warriors next Friday. So ticket sales are ticking along quite strongly for that, and it's great to have the first round of the NRL in Wellington. Next slide, we'll then welcome back Super Rugby. And next slide, we've got the All Whites versus China at the end of March. From next weekend really through to June, we've nearly got something on every weekend. So as I said, it's fantastic to be back. Next slide, and then the big one, the FIFA World Cup. I've said before, I believe that Wellington has secured the best draw of any venue in Australia and New Zealand for this tournament, and it's going to be an event like no other. I still have a feeling that Kiwis and Wellingtonians aren't quite aware yet how big this is going to be, but it will be, I think, bigger than anything we've ever hosted at the stadium before. And on that, just on the CapEx progress and related to those, on the next slide, you'll see there the football field after the Ed Sheeran concert. The guys, the turf team, they relayed all of that turf while dealing with the cyclone at the same time and transporting that from our turf farm up in Palmerston North, 10,000 square meters of turf, and that's all compliant now with the FIFA World Cup. You'll just see at the top of the picture there, the truck and the crane. That's the team inserting the new LED lights. So we've received just over $4 million from government for that project, and that is underway. A bit tricky fitting in with all of our events because we still need lights. So that's been challenging, but we will get there. So great to see 2 projects going on there in that picture at the same time. Next slide. That was the turf in the middle of last week, and it was completed last Friday. So we'll be ready to play for the Warriors next week. 2 other projects that are underway for FIFA. We've started the change room upgrades. So they're underway at the moment. All of our change rooms are being upgraded to gender neutral. And then we're upgrading all of our turnstiles. So we're inserting brand new turnstiles next month, and we'll have plenty of events to test them ahead of the FIFA World Cup. And that is the end of my presentation. Happy to take questions.
Thanks, Shane. I've got a question from Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Shane. I appreciate your presentation. Thanks. I have a couple of questions. First of all, what is the current NBS of the stadium? And the second question is regarding the insurance. How much of the insurance coverage is actually insured by companies, and how much of it is self-insured? Thank you.
The last assessment we did of the building came in at between 70 and 80% of NBS at IL3. We went with IL3 because of that, one event every couple of weeks where we got a large crowd in there. So the building did perform really well after Kaikoura, but there are recommendations from our engineers that we need to do some strengthening, and that's mainly focused on the flooring units. So that's the focus of the tender that will go out towards the end of this year. In relation to insurance, we don't self-insure. We've been through this at length with councils, Council of Chong, and it's all of our profit or any revenue we generate goes back into the building. So there is no self-insurance per se. We've been well short of insurance of what would require for a rebuild of a new stadium for many years, and it's become increasingly expensive. So this new type of insurance gives us more flexibility, but again, less cover than what we've had previously.
Great, thanks very much for that. Just a bit of another question on that NBS rating. You said the NBS rating is 70 to 80%. So is it worth actually spending a lot of money to increase that? So what would you actually increase it by?
And we're not likely going to increase it at all, because ultimately it's going to be governed by the piles and where we're located on the waterfront. So it's really about providing additional protection on the flooring units throughout the building. The floors in the stadium are double T floors, so they're similar to what was in the Stats House building, but we didn't have any of the issues that building had at the time of Kaikoura. So this is just providing extra support on all of those floors, and it's really about preserving the building and minimizing risk in the event of a major earthquake while we had an event on.
Thank you so much, Shane. We're out of time, but I just want to thank you, and a lot of positivity and excitement there. And if you know, I'll say let's go on Warriors, and all the best for the big events to come. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
And next, I would like to welcome to the table, yes, Karen and Craig, Wellington Zoo Trust, our CEO and our board chair. No mai, haere mai, and it's great to see you, and you have 10 minutes, including any time for questions as well. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Craig Ellison takuinga, ko kai whakahaere Wellington Zoo, ko kahurangi te hopanga o Nai Tahu. Just to introduce myself, because some of you I've met, some of you are good friends, some of you are fresh to the table, so congratulations on making the table, and congratulations on having your first big meeting around this year. I'll touch on looking back, Karen will touch on looking forward, and happy to answer any questions you might have. So if we could move to the second slide. If we look at Q2, there are probably two components to this. One is actually living our mission, and the other one is actually how we look to engage in a commercial sense to support the zoo. So if we look at the first one, we're actually reaching out with Bauranga Ingelheim, who provide veterinary services primarily to cats, and they've looked to pledge 50,000 into tiger conservation. We've launched our revamped Close Encounter. We're pretty excited about that, but we're looking to, again, boost visitor and community engagement with something unique that we can do at our zoo. We have revamped the Kiwi House, the Twilight Te Ao Mahina, and I think that's a reflection that the capital zoo needs Kiwis, and easy to say that, but they also need to be Kiwis in the right habitat, and a habitat that's fit for purpose. And our stats at the bottom finish off really the commercial side, where we're looking at the performance for Q2, numbers up, surplus from those numbers was excellent, and our retail budget actually managing to capture not only an entry fee but an exit fee, if you like, in terms of some of the excellent retail merchandise we've got there. You get excited about that, you look forward to Valentine's Day and it rains in the evening, and that just indicates the variability of where we are and the nature of a zoo that is dependent or impacted so much by the weather. If I then look at the other components that I haven't touched on, really is about living the mission, and proud of the team in terms of actually doing the things that we have on our strategy paper, that we actually do it in terms of getting our palm oil position statement out. Look, 10 years consecutively achieving Toitū net carbon zero through that audit process. Very proud of that. That's not easy, and consistently achieving that and looking to improve on past years' achievements is no mean feat. So I congratulate our team on that. And then looking to see how we can develop guidelines to support zoo whānau wanting to transition. That then's a reflection on being aware of the community and aware of and focusing on being a good employer, providing a workplace that is inclusive and progressive. So that's me looking back. Karen will look forward.
Kia ora Toto. It's very nice to see you all. And we are looking forward in terms of the zoo for the next 20 years, really. So it was 20 years this year since the trust was created. So that was in 2003. So previous to 2003, the zoo was a council business unit, and then it became a trust in 2003. And then that produced the master plan going forward and the last capital investment for the zoo capital program, which was probably completed in 2016. But really I sort of think about the snow leopard project as being part of that investment as well. So what we decided to do last year was to really look at where do we want to be into the next 20 years? What are the big issues that are facing the community? If we think of the zoo as a community organisation, how do we actually bring the community along with us? So we had some zoo specialist designers come from Seattle. We had 2 other consultants from Australia help us with our species planning, the physical structure of the zoo, and the storytelling that goes around it. We're also working with Oho, so Rachel Telele's group, around storytelling around Me Tiaki Kia Ora, which is our kaupapa. So the master plan looks at the next 20 years, and obviously you won't be surprised, the big thing that's come out of that master planning storytelling work is around climate action and climate education. So it's really about how do we build within the zoo around building better, but also telling the story to the community and helping community, as was mentioned in public participation. How does the community understand how they can actually help? Instead of feeling hopeless, make them feel hopeful about what is going to happen in the future and where we are in New Zealand. So the master planning process, we will be discussing more with you when we come into the LTP, but it's a very exciting process in terms of what we might do at Wellington Zoo in terms of that bigger picture, community engagement and community connection, and actually focusing on the things that matter. Part of the plan for our 20th birthday as a trust is we're workshopping tomorrow with Nevin Broughton about looking at an appropriate Te Reo Māori name for the zoo, and obviously that'll go through the process that Council has around naming conventions, but we wanted to start that process really as part of Craig's legacy as well as our chair in terms of what we should say about the zoo in terms of Te Ao Māori being part of our kaupapa and part of our strategy. So we'll start that work tomorrow at the board meeting. The big excitement, of course, is snow leopards arriving. Yeah, it's interesting. They're coming in mid-March. Our fingers are crossed because they're coming from Melbourne Zoo, and Melbourne have said they will not put them on a plane if the temperature's too hot on the tarmac. So we have to just hope that the weather behaves in Melbourne. Having lived in Melbourne myself, I know it can hit 45 pretty easily. So we'll see how that goes in terms of March, but our plan at the moment is March 30 for the opening of that habitat. I'm very excited about snow leopards. They also, the visitor experience and the visitor storytelling, a lot of that is around community in Nepal, but also around how do snow leopards, as other animals, actually deal with climate change, because we know that species are being affected all around the world in terms of climate change. So that's a really big part of the story that we're going to tell around snow leopards. We've been having debates over the last 6 months or so about which COVID-19 vaccine is the most appropriate to use. The Australians were coming up with a COVID vaccine for animals, and the Americans, so Zoetis, which is this one, the Americans had planned that about a year ago. Anyway, MPI could not get the ingredients from the Australians about what they were putting into the vaccine, so they wouldn't allow the Australian vaccine into the country. fair enough. So we're now going to import the American one. And so the animals that will be vaccinated with that would be all our primates and all our cats and the otters. And then the big one, of course, is that Zoo Pride is coming up in terms of the weekend. I'm actually not going to be here for that because I will be at World Pride in Sydney. So that's going to be quite exciting for our rainbow team to really host that. So it'll be fantastic. I've already got the flags out the front. Okay, and that's really looking forward. And then I've got a beautiful picture of lovely Asha. So it's Asha and her sister Manju who will be coming to us in March. Beautiful cats. And that's really it. I've got questions.
Councillor Chung.
Sorry, thanks very much for this. I have a few questions. The first of the questions is...
Just one, I think, Ray.
Okay,
We've got
I'm very concerned about the costs of things in this budget, and particularly some of my colleagues have been talking about the amount of money that we actually put into the zoo. So I'm looking at some of the things that you've actually got down that you mentioned about the staff transition for, and I'm wondering if there are any costs involved in these things, and also the renaming. I've been through the zoo when it was the Newtown Zoo, then the Wellington Zoo, so I'm concerned that there's money going into these things that that don't give a strong return. Thank you.
Well, in terms of the naming, I mean, that's really in line with what the city's done right across the city in terms of naming protocols. And that's really the only cost is the board's time and the strategic management team's time. And obviously council officers' time as we work through that process. So that's not really a cost. In terms of transitioning our staff, that again, we have Rainbow Tick certification, and Rainbow Tick certification is about supporting people who are transitioning or in terms of gender equity. So that again is part of our mission-based process. Yeah.
Sorry that you got your hand up first and I forgot you. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you so much, Karen. And I think it's really, actually, I'm very happy as a board member to give more of my time to make the Maori name happen. And that's a good initiative that you're driving. And I also want to say thank you so much for the Neighbours Night. A lot of community members, they really enjoyed. A lot of families who got 5 family members who will never be coming to that zoo, coming that night, just kind of really amazing. My question would be, you talked about close encounter marketing program. Could you please tell us that a little bit? Also, a master plan as well. And that master plan, I was there. It's very fascinating. Can you just tell us a little bit about that? Thank you.
In terms of the marketing around the close encounters, we know that these commercial products really are the things that help us with our bottom line and our return on investment. So making sure that we have as many people understand what they are going to get in these close encounters. And what we find is that even with international tourists, they come to Wellington Zoo for close encounters because a lot of zoos don't do these things. So it was really about making that be a lot more attractive to people in terms of doing the encounters. So we worked with an agency on looking at the marketing for that. So it was like, I think it's the possible, I think, or something like that, the words are. But it's actually about making people understand that they can have these amazing emotional connections with animals through the encounter process. So we want to grow that part of our business, and we know that we do have latent potential, not with red panda encounters that are booked up for about 6 months in advance, but everybody else, we've got latent potential in terms of growing the encounters. So we want to make sure that we can get as much market penetration for those as possible. So that's around the marketing uplift on that. In terms of the master plan, we used to build zoo habitats to about a 20-25 year lifespan. In all the international work I do, it's about a 10-year lifespan now because things change. So building regulations change, animal welfare requirements change, health and safety requirements change. So all of these things play into the fact around what you might do with the asset that you have in terms of making that better for animals and people, you know, staff and visitors. So that's really why we started on the master plan, because it's been 20 years since we looked at this and things have changed over 20 years quite a lot in terms of that space. Yeah.
we've run out of time. I want to thank you so much for coming in and sharing so much great stuff with us.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we'll do one more. We'll do one more before we have a little break for morning tea. So I would like to welcome Cam Mitchell. Kia ora, Cam, on behalf of the Basin Reserve Trust. Nice to see you. And you have 10 minutes, including any time for questions as well.
Yeah. Look, thank you. Pretty quick report from the Basin Reserve Trust today. We're just going to touch off what we've delivered in the last quarter and obviously just talk about what's coming up for the venue as well. So I'll just move to the next slide if that's okay. Look, so in terms of the basin itself, we obviously run a significant amount. Oh, brilliant, thank you. We run a significant amount of events. So we have about 250 different event days a year. In addition to that, we also have an indoor cricket facility that has about 270 days of activity as well. So there's lots happening in and around the venue. In terms of the last quarter, we've had the Beers at the Basin Festival. So that's now a long-standing sort of event that's been very successful. We've had a sellout crowd at that for the last sort of 4 or 5 years. And we've also done a second agreement with the same promoter that I'll talk about soon. We've been able to host the White Ferns international fixture, so fantastic to follow up the Women's World Cup with the White Ferns game. We had a really good crowd for that fixture as well. We have an annual Christmas Eve at the Basin event, which is really well attended. We have about 4,000 or 5,000 people attend that fixture, which features both men's and women's cricket on the eve of Christmas, so a nice way to sort of end the year and celebrate work and enjoy some cricket at the Basin. We've also put in place a multi-faith prayer room at the venue, so really nice to have that facility at the ground. And we're also progressing a digital billboard project with Go Media. That's quite important for us in terms of creating some sustainable revenue streams. If we can obviously have billboards and have an advertising revenue coming in, then it will obviously provide us with some income to be able to do some activity for ourselves as well. So look, lots going on. As you can see, there's lots of greens there. We're well ahead of our numbers, in particular our functions. We've exceeded our annual target. So it's been great to see the functions side of our business come back. That's been really, really pleasing. Just moving on to, I guess, what's coming up. No doubt you would have seen lots of English people around town, so a pretty significant day tomorrow, hoping that the weather holds. What's that, sorry? Yeah, exactly. So we actually had an event for the Barmy Army last night at the Basin, which was great to sort of welcome them in. And look, last time they were here was 2013, so they're pretty excited about playing at the spiritual home of cricket in New Zealand. But there's thousands of people that have come over for this event. There's also a lot of domestic travel for this event. So the significance of an England test shouldn't be understated, and that's then replicated in ticket sales, where we've been able to sell out the first 3 days, and even day 4 on Monday is about 75% sold so far. So fingers crossed for some good weather, and that should be a great event. Following that, we've also got a Sri Lanka test match coming up in March as well. So, great to have 2 test matches this summer and 10 days of international cricket. We've also got summer sessions at the Basin. So as I said earlier, we've done a deal, a multi-event deal now with a promoter. And so in addition to Beers at the Basin, we're now bringing the Food and Wine Festival to the Basin Reserve, and that will be another great event as well. At the end of our cricket and obviously our other concerts and festivals, we move into a community festival fortnight. So we've got a range of different festivals. I guess the highlight this year was the ethnic festival that we're delivering. So, that'll be a really great focus where we're going to able to sort of bring in youth, make it a bit of fun, music, food, etc., and try and really create a good atmosphere for that one. I guess the other critical things is just the progression of our capital projects. So we're sort of coming to the end of those works now, and the winter time is a really critical period for us when we obviously try and maximise the fact that there isn't the cricket on, and we can actually get stuck into the delivery of those projects. So things like picket fence upgrades, additional storage, they are the major projects that we're now ticking off, and then the master plan is almost at completion. We're also working through an independent security report, so we're trying to ensure that we can enhance the safety of the venue, and part of that is also the safety when we are connecting into the new cycle route that's obviously being focused from Newtown down and through the Basin, connecting in the city. I'll just move on, and then obviously happy to take any questions. But as I said, lots of activity, lots of good stuff happening. Amazing to have a sellout crowd for 3 days of a test match, and lots of busy summer activity ahead.
We've got got a flurry of questions for you, Cam. I'll start off with Councillor Panovich.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you, Cam, for welcoming on to the Basin Trust. Having a long history with the Basin, it's great to come back there, and I'm really looking forward to the test match against the English, because I do remember going there and seeing Ian, was it Ian Botham at the time? Not sure. I know David Gow was there. Bob Willis, great people. But my question, because the one thing I do like is the fact that the cricket is now, we always think of the Basin as purely the cricket, but I think the way that it's transforming is fantastic. We're getting additional revenue streams coming in. So my point to you is, with those additional revenue streams, how do you see the balance continuing with cricket and other activities?
Yeah, I mean, thank you. We've obviously done a really good job of diversifying the event sort of offering, if you like. We also run junior football and junior rugby in the winter, so we have 18 games of junior sport in the winter, which is great. So we've been able to generate pretty good revenue from those additional events, but we're at capacity. There isn't really additional space to do much more. We've really sort of maximised all of our revenue streams, and that includes obviously the corporate part that we have in the naming rights with Cello, which we're close to renewing for a further 2 years. So look, we're constantly looking at new revenue streams, but it's probably the billboards that provide the biggest opportunity at the moment.
Councillor Free.
Thank you, Cam. And look, I've been happy, really happy with how the presentation's gone, because it was something I raised a while ago. The fence is looking good, but it isn't on permanent, is it? It comes and goes.
That's correct.
Mm.
Yeah.
And the other thing is the security, obviously, for the access. How are you going on the lighting and what's the time frame?
Yeah, we're making progress. Obviously, been working with the council around that and just getting that independent report now into an implementation plan. And so hopefully we've got some action around that in the coming months where we can start to see some progress, some tangible progress. We're also trying to tie that in with the cycle lane project. And in addition, the signage, we're trying to piece together, I guess, Te signage, general information signage, and then also cycleway signage. And we had a really good meeting with the cycle team last week just around how we can actually ensure that when we do have major events, we're providing notification quite some distance away from the basin, so people can take an alternative route, or they know where they're heading, so they're not getting to the point and then, oh geez, where do I go from here? So that's in progress. We've also talked to council about how we can work through social media channels, etc., when we do have major events, just to keep everybody informed. So yeah, there's a bit of work to be done, but it's tracking okay.
So Cam, you actually preempted me perfectly. Thank you very much. I was going to ask about some of those things. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. Thank you so much. And as someone who is not a cricket fan, I think I should recognise that my question is going to be a bit long, but we'll get there. As someone who get involved in organising following the March 15, I see Basin Reserve as a home for my community and a lot of communities. I think I want to recognise the hard work and welcoming the community you did at the time as trustee. Again, now you are going another stage by even saying multi-phase prayer room. So my question would be, is that open the whole day, and how that works? And I just want to know a bit, but I want to encourage what you're doing is amazing. Just keep doing it.
Yeah, look, thank you. It's, I guess, really important for us that we are an inclusive venue, so that's something we've been working on. At this stage, it's just open on match days. So when we've got major events, such as obviously this test match, that the prayer room will be open all 5 days of the fixture.
Final question, Councillor Wineta.
Kia ora, I'll be brief. I understand there's been a degree of media interest around the Wakefield Memorial on your grounds at the moment, and just would like to hear a bit more about that. On a no surprises approach for council due to, with your leave, Madam Chair, the gentleman's status as a coloniser and predator.
Yeah, look, there's obviously been interest, and I think that's been similar around other monuments around various cities, not only Wellington. So there will be an article that's in print on Saturday, we believe. Cricket Wellington has made comment on that, and I believe Councillor John, who represents the BRT has also spoken to media as well. I guess from a Cricket Wellington perspective, because I'm the Cricket Wellington CEO in addition to supporting the BRT, our position is, the monument was moved into the ground, obviously by council. It's not a Basin Reserve Trust asset, and Cricket Wellington is open to, I guess, engaging in a discussion around its future in the ground, and I know that'll form part of a wider discussion that the council will embark on as well.
Kia ora. Thank you so much, Cam. Great presentation as well, I think, and a lot of interest. Councillors might want to talk to you at morning tea because they seem to want to start rhapsodising. So we're going to take a break now, councillors.
Thank you.
And we will come back at 11 o'clock. The Wellington Museums Trust, Experience Wellington, Sarah Rushholm, our CE, and Jane Wrightson, our chair. Morena Kōrua. You've got 10 minutes, including time for questions. Welcome.
Ngā mihi mahana o te wākia koutou. Ko Jane Wrightson toku ingoa, ko au te tiamana o Experience Wellington. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you. I see new faces around the table, and so congratulations on your election. And I see older, not meaning demographic, around the table, and it's lovely to see you back. I'm now going to hand over to our Chief Executive, Sarah Rushholm, to take you through our quarterly results.
Morena tātou, ko Sarah Rushholm. Welcome everyone. The picture on the screen in front of you is from the children's art exhibition that we held just in the heart of Q2. 300 young artists from across Wellington participating in an event in conjunction with our sister city, which was shared internationally as well. So just from a perspective of who we are, Experience Wellington looks after 6 arts, culture and heritage institutions studied across the city. We also look after the Wellington Collection. So we have this multiplicity of sites of activation and vibrancy across Wellington. Our purpose is working together with and for Wellington to create these remarkable experiences that strengthen the city we love. That is sitting at the heart of everything that we do. We want engaged, curious communities, and as we do that, we are enriching lives. We're making sure the business is sustainable, we're embracing Te Ao Māori, and we're working together. And that's not just internally, but with our CCO whānau and with our council whānau as well. So in terms of the challenges and opportunities, obviously financial sustainability, not just for Experience Wellington, across the arts, culture and heritage sector is pretty huge. The long tail of COVID is still impacting us. Of my 150 staff, around half of those are visitor services staff. Many of those are students or people who've just come out of university. We are seeing still waves of COVID coming through that group and really having to work hard to keep our sites open to make sure we're mitigating for that. Rising costs, obviously I don't have to tell the group around this table about the impact of rising costs, inflation and fair pay. We're a living wage employer, we're proud of that. Half of my staff are living wage employees, and it makes us stand out actually in the arts, culture and heritage sector, and we are very proud to stand alongside council in that. We're in a challenging fundraising environment, I think we all know that, but we have invested significantly in our resource in that area alongside our commercial resource in the last year, and we are seeing great returns on that basis. We've also got some building issues, and we're working closely with Siobhan's team to put in place asset management planning for each of our buildings and addressing the significant issues we have with HVAC systems, with our goods lift at City Gallery, and leaks, etc., across the portfolio, which is a kind of just a constant backdrop of our operation. But there are some enormous opportunities ahead, and I think we've talked about master planning already with Karen and the zoo team. That is what we're doing at Experience Wellington. We have this period of kind of short-term challenges, but medium and long-term, there are some extraordinary opportunities within our portfolio. The investment up at Space Place, which we're rolling out over the next 3 to 4 years, looking at the new planetarium, which is being installed at the moment, making it a home for Matariki and for Mataranga Māori alongside Western Astronomy. The Wellington Museum project, such an opportunity to turn that into an anchor point for Wellington stories. And then to Matapihi and Tanako. Not just the opportunity of Matapihi, which I know we're all really excited about, but then Tanako as well, having City Gallery, that extraordinary contemporary art facility, sitting in the heart of a vibrant arts and culture quarter for the city. So looking at our results for Q2, we're on track to welcome 500,000 visitors this year, which is ahead of where we thought we were going to be. A lot of that is just thanks to that recovering tourism, seeing people coming back into the CBD. That Pre-COVID, we'd welcome 800,000 visitors, so we're still kind of tracking back to that point, but it is such a step change from welcoming 200,000 visitors, which is where we were the year before. Our social media and online presence going really well. Public programs, 57 public programs, that's 57 events, workshops, opportunities for people to come together in events large and small, from everything from open lates and family days to small workshops across this quarter. Just adding that vibrancy and bringing people into the CBD. Our trading revenue ahead of schedule, which is so much due to our increased retail and venue hire efforts over the last few months. And then our grants tracking kind of where we'd expect for this time of year, and that spend per visit, which speaks to that revenue and venue hire business doing really, really well, ahead of where we thought it was going to be. So I'm just going to take you through some programs, just to give you a sense of what we've been doing. City Gallery, an amazing program at the moment. This is Basher and Buchanan sitting alongside Anna Eaty and Joanna Margaret Paul. Just such a great, vibrant program at City Gallery at the moment, and only going to get better with Ruben Patterson coming and opening on Friday. Well, opening on Saturday, but the event on Friday night, I know you're all invited to, so hope to see you there. A series of events around Parihaka, which bringing people together to remember, but also to bake bread and share kai, which is just speaking to the spirit of that event. Sound installations, working with local artists up at the Cable Car Museum, bringing together arts and science. Alongside the Children's Art Exhibition at Capital E, making and creating, it's such an important part of children's well-being to develop that, and we are just so excited to be working with Council on Children's Day in March, which will bring thousands of young people onto the waterfront to celebrate them being themselves. Beekeeping at Nairn Street Cottage, just a little thing that got this gorgeous little nugget of heritage goodness sitting in Mount Cook. And the beekeeping, the apples, the working on that heritage garden is just a little kind of beacon of joy. And now talking about some of those big projects. Space Place, we've got the new planetarium being installed at the moment. You'll be invited to come and look at that in all of its glory in over Easter, alongside a collaboration with Otago Museum celebrating New Zealand's place in the space industry with a new with an interactive exhibition. Wellington Museum, working really closely with the council team to look at the master plan for this space. We've got a schedule, we're sort of looking potentially at the building being strengthened, possibly from 2025 onwards. That will require a 2.5-year closure. When you strengthen that building, you have to take the exhibitions out. So here is an amazing opportunity to reorientate that museum, to make it really speak of Wellington, Wellingtonians, our taonga and our stories, and to create an anchor point for the stories of this city. And then finally, City Gallery, Wellington Te Whare Toi. We've got that kind of short-term pain of Te Matapihi construction until early 2026. We've got Cab and Mob being demolished kind of across the way. It is causing issues for us in terms of access and footfall and visitation, but what an opportunity to create, you know, we've got the best, one of the best contemporary art galleries in Aotearoa, I say the best actually, and to put it alongside that opportunity for a really vibrant legacy arts, culture and heritage quarter is something that we are starting to talk about internally and is part of that master planning process. So getting through that short-term challenge, but building towards a really vibrant future. So any questions?
Yes, I have a question from Councillor Young.
Thank you for that. I have a couple of questions. I'll just find my... So first of all, about Nairn Street Cottage, which I love. Is there any progress on the thought of putting it out as a rental with, you know, careful tenants who would feed the chickens and trim the flowers?
No, not at the moment, but we are waiting for a heritage architect assessment on the building because it does have some challenges, some property challenges at the moment. So I think we'd be wanting to wait for that before we kind of think about that next step. But we are really focused on getting the programming in that space right and to work to get that garden just as vibrant as possible.
Okay, I do love that little building. The second one is just thinking about the City Gallery and the scary subsidy, and I know Civic Square is really, to put it lightly, blighted at the moment. But I'm just wondering if there's any conversation with Te Papa about the possibility of showing some of the National Collection, which is buried in Te Papa's bowels.
We have got some works in the Ruben Patterson show coming up are from Te Papa. We work closely with Te Papa in terms of sharing expertise and storage space, because the basement is flooding at City Gallery. So we have got some partnerships in place. It would be interesting to explore that. At the moment, our programme is locked in for the next year at City Gallery, but it would be interesting to explore that into the future.
I think it's something that the board is interested to discuss as well. It's something that the board is interested to discuss as well.
Good, yeah, good, thank you.
Very, very quickly, Councillor Randall.
Yes, I'm a new councillor, so I'm still learning about all the important facilities that the City Council supports, and yours are really important. You noted the long tail of COVID, and I think it's affected everybody. The question I had,
we're out of time.
Sorry, the question I have is that your facilities are unfortunately mostly buried in the centre of the city. Have you got any comments about how we might want to look at things in the long-term plan to help you succeed, as opposed to operationally work? Thanks.
I think there is question of baseline funding of CCOs. I know that's something that's being actively considered at the moment, and we've been working with officers alongside the other CCOs for that. I think there is some real opportunity around that master planning and working in partnership with council to identify those opportunities. So, for example, City Gallery into Narco Civic Square, what might investment look like to really bring that up alongside and to be an active part of the future of a vibrant arts, culture and heritage quarter of the city. Wellington Museum, the investment in strengthening and the reimagining the exhibition there, and just thinking about what strategically are those investments that are going to really make these institutions speak to Wellingtonians and be of this place and kind of get over issues like deferred maintenance and really push us into a place where we can really, really sing.
And the joy of being in the central city is that we can be part of the driver of bringing people back in.
Yeah.
Thank you both. I'm so sorry we're out of time. We really appreciate the and also a very positive spin on quite challenging. It's noted. And I'd now like to welcome to the table Danielle Shanahan and Philip Meyer from Zealandia Sanctuary Trust, Zealandia. Welcome. And sorry that it is tight, but we have 10 minutes including time for questions.
Thanks very much indeed to all of you for giving us this time. I just want to start by making a few general comments, and I'll pass to Danielle for the detailed presentation. We continue to enjoy very positive performance across all of our metrics, but it is a challenging time economically, as I'm sure everyone's aware. We have mitigation plans in place across all of our risks, and we're comfortable with those. We've recently completed a governance review to bring our governance up to best practice so that we can assure you that it is at best practice. And working with Stephen and Anna, we'll be progressing an updated variation to the trust deed, which will make it now fit for purpose, and we're working with you on that, and we thank Stephen and Anna for their help on that. This should all be completed by the end of March. The future does hold an unusual amount of business uncertainty for us. We think that the revenues are soft and variable, and the expenses are hard and increasing. And so at the moment, while the financial position is sound, it'll continue to require careful management, which we're applying. And so we're confident that we'll get through this period, but we thank Council for their support. Thanks. Danielle.
Kia ora. So Zealandia is continuing to hit some pretty incredible goals in terms of sustainability, environmental and social impact, and I think we all here know well how it's delivering for our city in terms of increasing the bird biodiversity that we're seeing around the place, one of the only cities in the world where that is happening. So something to be proud of. In terms of our regenerative tourism asset, the tourism asset that Zealandia is, we're having a very strong year currently. So Q2, we welcomed 38,000 guests compared to 39,000 in the 2019 quarter. So we are at pre-COVID levels currently. Up on the graph there, you can see I'm giving you a sneak peek into the future. Our January numbers, again, you can see we were at roughly pre-COVID levels. And that's remarkable. I think most of the assets around the country are looking at 80% of pre-COVID. So something has happened. Zealandia is on the map. It's a place to visit, which is fantastic. We are, though, of course, much more than our regenerative tourism offering. We have that 500-year vision of restoration that we have, and some of you will remember a few years ago we took a rather drastic effort to improve water quality in the lower reservoir, Kōrau. So you can see that beautiful image up there. It looks fabulous on the surface, but the lake suffers an algal bloom every year or so. We eradicated perch from those waters about a year and a half ago, and we are just starting to see some incredible life coming back into this place. So that image there on the left is banded cockapoo, so beautiful striped fish, and in fact we are seeing huge resurgence of this species in the valley. Now that bodes well. We're looking into the future now. We are looking to bring back a beautiful species, another native fish called toitoi or common bully. In fact, this is a conversation that we had Holden Pauiwi Hohaia some years ago to look at bringing back this beautiful fish. This is a partnership with Rōpū Tiaki, who co-govern the Parangarahu Lakes around the end of Penkaru there. And this is perhaps one of the only translocations of fish in Aotearoa, New Zealand, that is not moving a species out of the way for development, but is for conservation purposes. So Zealandia is about pushing the boat out, if you will, excuse the pun, in terms of our conservation effort. We are leading the way in Aotearoa, New Zealand, but actually also globally in the work that we're doing and the partnerships with mana whenua that are supporting that. This kind of work really paves the way too for a key piece of work that's coming up now, which is Zealandia's approach to cultural harvest. It is not a national park. We have opportunities to explore what this might look like for the sanctuary in a different way from most of our other government entities. So these are key pillars of work that put Wellington on the map in terms of actual conservation outcomes, how we do conservation and how that is different for Aotearoa rather than other places. Another key project to highlight for you, I'm just giving you some top-level exciting pieces of news. Sanctuary Te Si Kia Mauri Ora Te Kai Wharawhara is a project that's 5 years old. This is a all-of-catchment restoration project. It's led by two incredible people. Again, a partnership with mana whenua, Therese and Kat, who you see up there. But a key priority for this piece of work at the moment is called Every Business Restoring Nature. In that catchment, we have 130 businesses. The point of difference for this project is about supporting those businesses to create changes in the place that they look after, that they care for, that they manage. We have big notable partners on this project, including Centreport, so they're a major partner, but also GHD, which is a large international engineering firm, looking to solve some really gnarly issues that are facing this council as much as any other council, like buried landfills. But something that has made me proud this month, or has inspired me, is Zealandia has a 6-page spread in Radiator magazine. So I suspect it's not on your lunch tables. This is the MTA publication. It goes to every auto repair shop in the country. And lovely Craig there from Karori Auto is featured there. He is one of our Every Business Restoring Nature pilot participants, and he has developed a lizard garden out the front of his auto repair shop. This might seem minor, but this is the type of change that we need to get transformation for biodiversity in our city, and it's people like Craig that actually drive the change into communities we don't ordinarily connect with. So a bit of a win there. A little update on Tanglewood House. We're making exciting progress on this particular project. This is to develop fit-for-purpose productive workspaces for our staff, for volunteers, and for researchers who connect with us from across New Zealand and internationally as well. After COVID and consent delays and redesign as a result of that, we're hoping for a December delivery. So, as we say on Grand Designs, we'll be in for Christmas. But this is really about supporting the well-being of our people. We are building in a challenging time, as you all know, but we have our eagle eye on the costs and making sure that they are contained and that we've got that allocated capital to make this happen as a priority. So, looking forward, key challenges. We've heard all the CCOs talk about those challenges at the moment. I just had a conversation yesterday about our audit fees. These are costs we can't control, but they are all going up, insurance costs and so forth. And we also have the eagle eye on making sure our people have the funds, have the salaries that they need to survive in our city. But something that we can't overlook is the challenges for our natural environment of climate change. Our hihi population, we are down to 6 breeding females this year. This is an impact of climate change, unseasonal storms, the emergence of parasites that are affecting them. That kind of thing is key business for Zealandia, and we're leading the charge on the research to help support those sorts of populations. So finally, I just wanted to say thanks. It's great to be part of this particular table, and we're well supported by the officers. But some of you might have missed this little op-ed, the letter to the editor in the Dom Post. I walked in Zealandia on Tuesday morning and it was magical. I'm going to stop moaning about potholes, cycle lanes, water leaks, and concentrate on the positive aspects. I love Wellington. So thank you all.
Thank you, Danielle. That's put a smile on all of our faces. We've only got a minute left to a quick question. Councillor Randall.
Yes, thank you very much. I think your effort in championing what you're doing is great. I've just a question about the visitors mix. I was wondering if you could explain a little bit more about how many visitors are Wellingtonians versus tourists, and also what you think the impact of the cruise ships returning has had on supporting your great venture. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the cruise ships coming back is a major revenue source for us, and we put a lot of effort into making sure that isn't just a transactional experience, that they are getting a transformational experience and finding out how they can support nature. Visitor mix. Our membership from pre-COVID to now has gone up from around 10,000 to around 17,500 at the moment. So that was something I've been quite interested in, is whether actually the resurgence of cruise ships might deter people. But we've actually been quite careful about spreading that impact across the day, and we're seeing membership visits at around a third above what it was pre-COVID. So Wellingtonians are fully in support and actually making use of that resource, unlike they ever have before, which is really exciting.
Well, good on you. So you keep walking that tightrope.
Exactly.
Okay?
Thank you so much, both of you. Another very exciting presentation, and we love your mahi. Thank you.
Thank you all.
I'd now like to welcome to the table Wellington NZ. Oh, I didn't see your smiling face before, Tracy. It's great to have you here, and John as well. 10 minutes, sorry, it doesn't feel long, 10 minutes, but off you go.
Thank you. Lovely to see you all. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. I'm going to be super fast and then hand on to John to do the business. So I just wanted to quickly note a couple of things from a governance point of view. I'm Tracy Bridges. Welcome. Hello to the new members I haven't met before. So like Zealandia, we conducted a governance review towards the end of 2023 just to check that we're, doing things the way you would want us to be doing. And with your support, we've put effort into succession planning for our board, with the addition of Daphne Luke from Te Matarawa Maui, Paul Retamanu from Manaaki Ventures, and also the Pacifica Business Trust, and David Wilkes from Weta Workshop to our board. So we're really excited about the strength that brings to the governance of the organisation. Also, like other CCO partners have mentioned, mana whenua relationships have been a key area of focus for us. And again, although we're not rushing that and we're trying not to burden our mana whenua partners, that's very important to us, and we are grateful for the progress they've allowed us to make. Lastly, I want to note the work that the team does to support third-party funds. Value for money, of course, is really important. You're an 80% shareholder in our organisation, and we do our best to make sure that we add value through sourcing third-party funds to our coffers to ensure that we can do even more for Wellington City and the region than we can do just with your support alone. So thank you. Hand you over to John.
Kia ora tātou, ko John Allen tōku ingoa, and thank you for the time and thank you for the continuing support and engagement around our projects. I thought I would focus on one of the slides. I'm assuming you might have read the others, and that is this one, which basically tries to set out what it is we do. Because one of the things for economic development agencies is people find it very, very difficult to understand what we do. And obviously there's a huge breadth of potential activity that we could engage in. So we are quite deliberate about where we focus our activities, and the choices are made to best drive that mission of creating a thriving Wellington region for all. So it's not just about money, it's about the benefits of money in our communities and with our people that we are about. And in that space, we focus on three things. We focus on jobs, because we all know that if people are in employment, if they have the security of income, that they're best able to achieve to their potential and to participate in our society. We focus on placemaking, which is about promoting this city, telling the stories of this city, because we know that when we attract visitors, whether they're tourists or talented individuals or investors, we attract that is the raw material, if you like, that we need to build our city and to ensure its future. And we focus on collaboration and engagement because we're small and we've got big aspirations, and we need to leverage other people's ideas, other people's balance sheets, community aspiration to be able to deliver what everyone wants from us. I'm going to talk in just a minute around the 5 key focus areas and refer you to some of the things we are doing. But I thought I'd just start with that. Danielle's little snippet about walking in Zealandia and just how magical it is. Can I just say that I think that this city is actually going unbelievably well. Now, that's not to say that we don't have challenges. That's not to say that there aren't headwinds, but it's to say, given all of that, in my view, the city is, from an economic point of view, in remarkably good health. And it's not just me saying that, and it's not just the green that you will have seen on our various report cards against the economic indicators that we measure as our KPIs. Many of you will have seen the Infometric report to December, which was published yesterday. Many of you will have seen the number of green arrows on that report. Now, it's true that we're not doing necessarily as well as all of New Zealand in every category, but it is also true that in terms of gross domestic product, consumer spending, employment, job seeker support, tourism expenditure, guest nights, just to take the top 5 or 6, we are making positive progress. And so, the spirit of optimism, the spirit that we are a community that is responding well to the challenges and can progress, is, I think, the correct spirit in which to think about things at the moment. Now, I want to be, Tracy's talked about mana whenua and matawaka and the importance of Māori and how we are focusing so much of our work in that space. But I just want to talk very, very briefly about events, tourism, talent, technology, and regional economic development, very briefly. Well, those are our 5 rocks. Those are the 5 things we think are the most important things we can focus on to make a difference. You've heard about events from Shane. You know that if you bring Ed in or you get WOW, you get significant economic value. You know we've got tākina coming and we're working, our Business Events Wellington team have been seconded to the city to sell tākina and they're working with the tākina team. There is a huge opportunity in the event space and we're working incredibly hard to ensure we deliver against it. We've also heard about the FIFA Women's World Cup. That will have a television audience of 80 million eyeballs. 80 million eyeballs. That is a huge opportunity for us to project and tell the stories of this place to an international audience, and we are working very hard. We have a dedicated team focused on this event and making sure we make the most of it. In relation to tourism, we've heard a bit about cruise ships in the last little while. We've had 50 cruise ships in our city over this summer. We've had 70,000 people off those cruise ships, and undoubtedly they have contributed to the activity in the city. The airport's also been busy. We've had increased visitor numbers through the airport, including from our Australian market, and so that is encouraging as well. We've been actively advertising, particularly to a domestic audience. Have a little bit of Wellington. It's not what it is, but nonetheless, it's something like that. An unbelievably exciting little campaign, digital campaign, targeting 35 to 45-year-old Kiwis, and it's been dragging them in by the squillions. It's had 2.7 million views. 2.7 million views. That's downloads of the video. So we've converted a fair few of those. Running straight into talent. I mean, we all know that's been a huge pressure point for the economy. Many of you will know about the campaign that we introduced in Q2, which is this report period with the pigeons, telling the stories of the businesses and the success of businesses in this place, projecting, why you would choose Wellington to set up your business over any other part of the country, and the stories of the founders who've established businesses here and why Wellington and what it is about Wellington that's enabled them to be successful. So we're building on that. There'll be another campaign coming in the last quarter of this financial year. And then technology, I mean, you all know that we believe that this sector, the technology sector, that's screen, that's technology, that's advanced engineering, so we're not being limited here, but we think that is the place where we can, as a city and collectively as a community, drive the most growth and deliver the most opportunity. And we see it. We have a subsidiary called Creative HQ, which drives it. If you didn't have Creative HQ, you'd want to invent it. It's a taonga for the city. You wouldn't believe the number of times we get asked by other parts of the country, how can we set up something like this? Because it incubates new companies, it accelerates their growth, it supports founders, and it's really taking that entrepreneurial, innovative sort of message about this place to the world. And then lastly, I'm sorry, I will be very quick now because I've only got 1 minute 35. Lastly, regional economic development. It sounds unbelievably boring. It's unbelievably important. There's a great strategy which we've led the development of, and I'm very proud of that. And we're now leading the delivery and facilitating the delivery of 33 big projects in that space. Sorry, it's been a sprint through, but it's important. I was going to show you because of all the photos. I love all the photos. I thought, what do we have in photo world? Not much really, but we've got a great thing called a screen show reel to promote the screen sector in our region. It's unbelievable. I do have it embedded in the system, but I probably would go over time. So what I would really like you to do, because I would go over time, and so as I go, I might just put it on as to just titillate you. But it's just have a look at it, because what it talks about is just how strong that screen community is here in this place. And can I just say, it needs your active support at the moment. Kia ora.
Thank you. Very, very quick question from Councillor Young.
Just wondering about the restaurant scene, because a lot of restaurants are short of labour. Yeah. Some of them are no longer doing lunch. Some of them are only open 3 nights a week. Yeah. What you can do about that, and whether you have any figures on what effect it's had on the economy?
I don't have the figures on the effect on the economy, but I do have anecdotal and lived experience of turning up places and them not being available. If I take just one restaurant that I'm aware of, Field and Green, down in just in the city. Well, you wouldn't have been able to go there 2 weeks ago because they didn't have they needed a chef, a sous chef, or something else. It was just extraordinary. The return of students has made a difference, and so they are seeing some relief as a consequence of the student population coming back. Immigration in New Zealand, though, we do need to continue to advocate to government about the need for us to open our borders to allow talent through. I understand the philosophical debates inherent in this, and I get why you would want to perhaps be careful about that opening, but it is having a significant impact across many sectors in our economy.
I'm sorry, I know there are other questions, but we're out of time. Mihi Kōrua, thank you for that very impassioned presentation.
Please have a look at the screen reel. It's terrific. Thank you.
It will be distributed to councillors. And thank you. Sorry. I'd like to welcome to the table lucky last, Wellington Cable Car Limited, and I particularly want to extend a warm welcome to our new Chief Executive, Tansy Tompkins. Sorry, just talking too quickly. Trying to get me done so we can get on to you. And congratulations, welcome to the role. This is the first time you've presented to council, and we're very, very happy to see you, as well as your chair, David. Welcome.
Kia ora, everybody. Good to see you all. Rebecca, you've said exactly what I was going to say, which was to welcome Tansy. I think the cable car is in an exciting position. When we talked to you last, numbers were still pretty poor, and the excitement around more visitors in the city has really impacted very positively on the cable car business, and Tansy's going to tell you all about it.
Thank you. Well, tēnā koutou katoa. Yeah, it's really lovely to meet you all and to take you through some good results. I'm just going to crack straight into it. So, passengers. Some pretty impressive figures. So the yellow bars, of course, are what we've actually done this quarter, 62% up, all based on the return of visitors, of course, and especially our cruise ship passengers. 62 sounds a little high. Of course, those targets were set during Omicron. There were no consumers, no customers, no commuters, no nothing. So I have reforecast for the rest of the financial year, and I'll take you through that in a couple of slides. So 246,000 passengers this quarter. Over to revenue. As you can imagine, it follows the same trajectory, but up 71%. So we did do a small price increase in December on our general admission ticket, not for our local commuters, but for the general admission. So that's pushed that revenue up a little bit in December as well. So 850,000 revenue for the quarter. So looking at that reforecast, if you look at the lines, the top one is our best year ever. So that's FY19, 1.17 million passengers. The green one, our worst year ever last year, 448,000. That was the worst for about 100 years, unfortunately. So setting our targets, of course, we knew we would be somewhere in between those. So the blue line, that's our statement of intent. The yellow line is where how we've been performing, and the dotted line, of course, is where we are forecasting that we will go. So instead of 624,000 passengers for the year, we're looking at about 805,000 passengers. And to save you another slide, I've just popped the revenue up beside. Again, you can imagine that that's tracking along the same line. So instead of 2 million, we're looking to make 2.8 million, and perhaps even a teeny-weeny profit next year, which is this year, sorry. And as far as the rest of the performance measures go, all on track, already achieved our carbon zero, which is really exciting, and everything else is tracking well. So onto some highlights. I think for me that the highlight is being able to reforecast those surpluses. And so far, this H2 of this financial year has been going really well. We broke 100,000 passengers in January, 500,000 in revenue. February's looking really good as well. But apart from all the money side of things, some other highlights just in the customer experience space. You might remember we had a wee trial with people bringing their dogs on the cable car. That is now officially a thing that we offer. We have about 200 doggies a month, and it's great because it's really convenient for our regular dog owners, but it's also really quite delightful for the rest of the customers who are on, as long as the dog behaves. We've also kept on with our audio, so we have an informative educational audio that plays on the cable car, which gets really good feedback from customers. We did a cruise one, we did a Christmas one, we'll do more of those, and that's done by Miriam, who's one of our team members, saving some costs, but she does a great job. The picture in the middle there, very busy cable car, that's actually a wedding. So we had our first rainbow wedding on the cable car a few months ago, which was really lovely. During operation, so the public loved it. There was good social media coverage. It was very well received. I've put it as a highlight because it is our tunnel strengthening. So that was one of the first big seismic projects that we got underway, which is almost finished. I'll tell you about that in a minute. And of course, the highlight of achieving that carbon zero status. But I'm going to talk about cruise again because I just can't underestimate how important the return of cruise has been to the business. You know, there's 100 port calls, there's about 180,000 passengers, give or take, coming to Wellington this season for cruise. I haven't got the figures, but it feels like they all come to the cable car, and they do, because about 40% of people getting off a cruise ship traditionally would go independently, about 60% would travel on tours organised by the ship. So we have seen some very high numbers there, which I'm working to get a good spread of those numbers so that I can show that to you next time as well. But it has enabled us to return to a profitable position, financially autonomous. We will be this year. So some of the challenges. So the earthquake strengthening project at the moment has had some challenges. It's a complicated project. It's a historical project. They're really old, you know, over 100 years old. So that picture there that you can see with the pink spray paint, that's what they call drummy concrete, which means it's a bit rubbish. So they're trying to drill through the wall, and what's there? Just a big void. Nothing sinister, but yeah, we've encountered those sorts of issues. The current one is the voussoir, which is the brickwork there. Not concrete, a little bit of plaster and stuff. So there's been some of those sorts of issues, but working with the contractors, they're very confident that it can be done within the contingency of the project. But we will have a delay, so that was meant to be finished, that project, around about now. It'll be finished at the end of March. So that's been a challenge. We also, like some of the other CCOs, had our staffing challenges as those visitor numbers increased. We needed more staff, and they do need quite a bit of training. We did manage to keep pace with that as the volumes went up, but we're keeping a very close eye on that now because we've got students working for us and they're all back to uni. And probably one of our other biggest challenges at the moment right now that I'm dealing with is our insurance. So I think 4 or 5 years ago it was about 200,000. This year it was 650,000. Next year it's proposed to go up to 725,000. It's just the biggest cost we have. So I've been having some conversations with the team at Treasury at the council and thinking how we might go about putting the cable car assets onto the council policy. But that's all just being discussed at the moment, very initial conversations. So I'll be able to update you on that next time as well. And then lastly, coming up, so we love working with our CCO partners and some of the highlights. Well, we've got the Red Rocket, which is the combo product with Space Place that's coming back again in April. We had some good figures for that last year. We're also going to do something around Matariki with Space Place as well. Very excited to have a whole fresh bunch of students coming back in, so we'll be at O Week next week, working with them. Hoping to get them to work for us, actually. That's the secret. Hey, we're fun, we're the cable car, come and work for us. But we're also promoting our student membership product there. I am very excited to get underway with our bridge assessments. So Rafiti, Salamanca and Talavera, we will get underway in the next couple of months to understand their seismic resilience, which will be very reassuring to know. And that's one of those big projects for us. Very excited about Tākina. David didn't tell me to say that, but just working with Business Events Wellington and how we can really enhance the delegate experience, get them to come to us. And yeah, FIFA. Whatever we can do with FIFA, we're all on board. So we've been talking with the team at Wellington NZ about that, and we're looking forward to having a few international broadcasters coming to the cable car to film us in all our glory. And then just the last thing I wanted to say was traditionally not traditionally, just in the last couple of years we have changed our operating hours over winter because there were no commuters, and you know the story. But we've run some numbers and we have made the decision to not change our operating hours, which is great. It's good for our regular commuters. We'll be open for FIFA. Yeah, it's win-win. So no winter for the cable car this year. And I think that was me. Ngā mihi nui.
All right, we've only got a minute again for questions. I'm sorry, councillors, but hopefully you've had a chance to catch up over wanting to, or there'll be other opportunities to ask questions. Councillor Young.
So thank you. Just talking about the operating hours. So you said you're retaining the operating hours. Does that mean you're going to be going in the evenings? Because that's a problem for people in Kelburn because they can't use you if they go to the theatre, etc.
Sorry, did you say we'll stay as we are? We won't be
I don't know what the operating hours are that you're talking about. What time do you...
Until 8 o'clock.
Until 8 o'clock.
And traditionally in winter they've closed earlier at 7 o'clock during the week and earlier on the weekends again.
That's great,
so
thank you.
We're sticking with it.
One more quick one from Councillor Randall.
Yes, congratulations. I'm also interested in the mix of your visitors as the debate continues as to whether you're a rapid transit service or not. Can you give us an idea about what percentage are sort of commuters versus percentage which are tourists, which are percentage versus casual? And the other question I hope you could answer was, do more people go up the cable car than come down?
I think you know the answer to that one. More people go up. I have some numbers in here, but it depends on the month. So if you look at January, 58% of our visitors were casuals, so tourists, and another about 6% were wholesale clients, so they're really tourists as well. And yeah, then you've got your family groups. Commuters are about anywhere between 30 and 40% most months, but during those months, during the summer peak period, we get about 60% casual, let's call them tourists, visitors, yeah. Thanks.
Thank you so much both. Lovely to meet you properly, Tansy, and we look forward to getting to know you more over the term of this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora.
All right, councillors, we will now get on with the business of our meeting. And so I would like to welcome Nau mai Jamie Crump, ki te hora I te kōrero. Welcome Jamie Crump to introduce the report for the CCO Q2 reports.
Tēnā koutou katoa, and nau mai haere mai e te CCO whānau. Introducing our CCO Q2 summary report, I just really like to reaffirm what you've heard this morning, in that our CCO's performance during Q2 provides a real window into how Pōneke is bouncing back from COVID-19, highlighted by the rebound of domestic and international manuhiri, and the return of cruise ships, and the return of a extensive events program. From a financial performance point of view, and a number of our CCOs are performing extremely well, such as Venues Wellington, who's managed by Wellington NZ, who are now forecasting a surplus, and as you've just heard, the Cable Car, who have seen a significantly improved financial position off the back of the return of cruise ships. In contrast, Experience Wellington, who don't have the same commercial levers available to them, they've struggled and are forecasting a deficit, and they're also facing significant operational challenges to their experiences due to the major impact of city infrastructure projects such as Tanako. And the approach for supporting Experience Wellington is covered off in the overall Council Q2 report, which is coming later on the agenda. I'd also like to note that following discussions with the Chair and the Deputy Chair of this committee and with CCOs, the decision's been made to streamline the approach to engaging with CCOs in regards to in-person reporting. So going forward, attendance by CCOs at committee meetings will be exception-based. So that being CCOs will only attend if councillors wish to discuss an item with them, or if CCOs have a specific item that they'd like to present to councillors that's not business as usual. But to allow for deeper engagement between councillors and CCOs, 2 annual workshop/briefing sessions will be held. We've got one coming up in April in terms of the draft SOI, and then we'll have one in November in terms of year-end reporting. Ngā mihi.
Thank you, Jamie. Do councillors have any questions for Jamie? Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, Jamie. Obviously, we've also right in the midst of our draft annual plan for next year, and I know we've set the statement of intents for our organisations already. However, it is important that we look at how those are performing based on the quarterly reports, taking that information into our discussions on the draft annual plan. So one of the, we just heard from our CCOs, and I didn't feel there's enough time to be able to ask them questions, which is quite timely. And I'm interested to understand how you can enable that to happen. I know we could submit a question, but sometimes questions come from presentations, like we heard from John Allen, the CEO of Wellington NZ. And so, how do we enable that engagement with at the governance level at the right time, because obviously there's a number of questions I wanted to ask, and how do we have that conversation rather than a conversation on the side? So I'd like to understand how your new system would support that.
Perhaps I can answer that and Jamie can follow up. So our more formal process is through the letter of expectation and SOI, which the draft SOI, as Jamie said, is part of a workshop coming up, and then that's formally on the agenda, I think in April, is that right, for feedback back to the CCOs. We have reported in the report for Tuesday what their requests were in relation to the annual plan and our officer advice on that, and clearly that's an area for discussion and debate on Tuesday. But if there are any further questions around some of those matters, then the process that we've just been through in terms of Q&A would flush those things out.
There's been a number of questions in the Q&A with regard to CCOs, and advice is coming on any that haven't been provided already, and we're going to have another Q&A session on Monday. Have you got anything to add, Jamie, on that question?
No, nothing to add.
Thank you. Any other questions from councillors? Oh, yes, sorry, I did have you on the list, Councillor Pannett.
Thanks for your great work with all the CCOs, and they're obviously making some really great progress in the climate space. But I've just got a question about how we deepen that, because, we just had a CEO saying, oh, it's great, all the cruise ships are coming in and they're really, really, really polluting. So I guess is there just sort of some sort of process just to keep going with that work so that, that if we don't have lots of tourists, we can still survive? Kia ora.
Good question. I think, taking an example with how, Zealandia has approached the cruise ships, I don't think you raise a good point, and that's something that, we probably need to consider across the entire group, how that might work. But no, we'll take that away. Yep.
There are no more questions. Oh, Councillor Calvert.
We had a presentation yesterday about business support and utilising CCOs, in particular Wellington NZ, to assist on that. So, that's obviously done after a letter of expectation. So, how might that impact on their budget or their plans going forward?
That will require additional resourcing in order to make sure that all of the expectations that we've got in that state of expectations are carried out. So that additional support that we've tasked them to do will be coming from our city growth budget, our cycleways budget, and Let's Get Wellington Moving.
So that's additional budget that's contained in the draft annual plan, or is it just
No, it's just existing budget. Yeah, reallocating existing budget. It won't require any additional funding.
Okay.
If there are no more questions, I'd just like to thank you both, and also to acknowledge this kind of the new kind of team and the deeper relationships we have with CCOs. And I've had feedback about how great that has been from CCOs, and I also think for council it's fantastic. And thank you both for your work in the space. I would now like to pass over to Councillor McNulty, who's going to move this report.
Good everyone. Thank you, Jamie, Anna, team, for presentations and to all the CCOs this morning. I think we can take stock around the table that they really do deliver value for Wellingtonians and council. They're not just a line budget cost item, they really do enable Wellingtonians to make the best out of the city and give us a competitive advantage, especially when we see councils across the rest of the country thinking about how can we take the boot or the knife to the arts sector. It's important to realise that they're actually a strong part of Wellington's economic story. Something I would like to talk about with this paper is for us to just remind ourselves of what the model's advantages are. Things like memberships, donations. If these organisations are within council, I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if we're going to convince any Wellingtonians to willingly donate to Wellington City Council to support some of these organisations. So the CCO model inherently does enable a lot of opportunities, especially for places like Zealandia, but also Experience Wellington, revenue streams that would not otherwise be available. So just want to note that. Again as well, through the chair, the comments around the new engagement that have been led from City Council, I've heard that as well. We've managed to turn a really positive relationship. I think in the last triennium at times the CCOs may have felt a little bit at sea in terms of where the central direction from the council is, and that seems to have turned around, so well done. So I'm happy to move the paper today, and Councillor Abdurrahman will second.
You wish to speak now, Nuruddin? Does anybody else like to speak? Councillor Calvert.
I think it's important to recognise, and I agree with Councillor McNulty about one of the reasons with the CCOs set up is that they're, some of them are trusts in their own right, and they can receive other monies, not just funds from the council. But I will raise the issue about Wellington NZ. It's not in that boat. It's actually funded directly from our council and Greater Wellington on behalf of the other councils. I know it gets some funding from government, but that's primarily to give out grants and stuff like that. So there is, and there are some questions that I feel that still need to be asked, that we need to have an opportunity to ask of them, but it needs to be done in a way that everyone's involved, not just one or two. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Finn.
Yeah, kia ora. Just a general thanks to all of our CCOs. They really do great work. They've got their own barrow to push, but they also manage to adopt our strategies and what we're asking them to do as well, particularly around on a zero carbon journey, acknowledging what you've just outlined, Councillor Pennant, and also our Māori strategy, which is just wonderful. And in fact, they actually end up leading, and we're learning from them because they can be more agile. So yeah, I'm totally proud of them. I actually do just want to comment on the work of Wellington NZ, and Councillor Chung and I had a good meeting with Mr. Allen the other day, but also it just really resonates on me how vital an economic development agency is, particularly for a capital city, and that whole idea of job not idea, but their kaupapa, their founding reasons for being about job creation, talent attraction, and in that area, just that I met someone from their team from the digital tech sector, and they have developed a tech strategy, and it makes me very excited. It is the right thing for Wellington. It's a weightless economy, and we've got so much potential and opportunity, and that leads into the vibrancy of our central city, which is what we want. So yeah, I'm actually very convinced that the strategy we have aligns with the city strategy, and we're on the right path there. Kia ora.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, as a new councillor, I find sometimes I find this all this business overwhelming. It's the city is a big operation that supports the communities across the suburbs and the CBD in a lot of different ways. And I want to thank all of the CCOs and the officers for providing a comprehensive report. I think it is good that we are informed about their challenges, and largely they're open about where their challenges are coming from, and I thank them for that. It's in a sense a risk, so that could because they are dependent on us, but I think that's important to have the open conversation. I think it also informs us in terms of the long-term plan, because the long-term plan that we're just about to embark into is about us re-looking at the priorities of the city, reassessing the new circumstances that we are under, and essentially re-evaluating each of them as to whether we agree they're on the right track, and which are more important than others. These are not easy conversations, and I think it's important that we have open information to inform those, and I think they're helping us do that. That's good. But I also think too, in the background of all this money that we're taking to support these CCOs are coming from ratepayers. I think that these people, our own residents, are struggling, and I think that also has to be in the balance of what we do when we're looking at giving money, such as to Wellington NZ, because that money is not our money. That money is coming from people who are facing 12.8% rates increase to enable that. And some of those people are struggling, and we need to make sure that we balance their abilities to support us against the things that we want to pass on to support the rest of the community. And it's not always obvious that each of them should be justified. The long-term plan is the time for that discussion, though, so I really think this report does help a lot. I'd like to see a little bit more consistency, but I think that's something we can take offline. Thanks.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you. Just one observation. I actually thought that some of the reports that we received today were a little bit hard to actually fathom in terms of their consistency. And I had a chat to Baz yesterday about this, and what I would like us to do as a group of councillors is impose a standard reporting format on our choose, so that instead of having to actually look at different formatting structures, we could actually get a standardised way so that we could, for instance, not all of them provided us with a FY23 forecast versus budget. So I think what they're doing is great. I love the independence. I certainly had no problems at all with anything I heard this morning, but I would just like a simplified reporting format that made it easier for us to kind of at a glance work out where these guys were going relative to budget.
I can reassure you that work is well underway, and it will, in terms of the statement of intent, we will be. Do you want to say something, Stephen?
And happy to take feedback about how you want to see those reports. Absolutely. So, we've made changes to get to here, but that's not the end of the journey. And if you've got any suggestions about how you'd like to see that, happy to receive them.
Councillor Chung.
Great, thank you, and thanks to our Deputy Mayor Foon. Yes, we had a good meeting with Wellington NZ last week, and I still feel that, as Councillor Randall just said, that we're putting a lot of money into these organisations. By and large, I'm very satisfied with the reports that we've heard this morning and how well they're doing, but I do feel that because we don't have a lot of oversight into things that are actually happening at the time. We get the reports afterwards, so we know what's happened, but I do feel that we could have better input into how things are running day by day, and I'd like to actually look at the situations that they're actually in, and perhaps add some input into that from the point of view of the council. Thank you.
Councillor Free.
I think that we've just heard a set of really excellent reports, and not just from the content, but the calibre of the people that are presenting to us too. I felt very confident about what's happening. And I think the main comment I want to make is how obvious it is that they are responsive to the direction that we set as council. So I noted things like the diversity that they're addressing, the care for the environment, the waste, awareness of waste management, the need for the vibrancy, the way in which they mention youth and employing students. I think, to me that says that the people in charge are really responsive to what we are asking them to do, and I'm very happy with that.
If there's nobody else that wishes to speak, Councillor McNulty, would you like to have a right for reply?
Just a quick one. All right. It's great to hear that there's broad agreement around the value of what our CCOs are doing in the table, and that's fantastic, and I hope we'll keep that in mind as we move into debating the draft annual plan, and as Councillor Randall has talked about, into the long-term plan as well. I think with Wellington NZ, given there's a few comments that have been brought up, we should take heed of the fact that Venues NZ is turning a profit. That's fantastic when we see that in our CCOs, and there's the saying, imitation is the most sincere form of flattery. When we have others in the country reaching out to them, asking for their help and their advice and their structure, as we saw with our own civil defence in the region, consulting with Auckland Civil Defence a few weeks ago ahead of the terrible events that happened up there. We should take real pride in the work that we have that running for our councils. I guess I'll just make a quick rebuttal to Ray's point around oversight. From my experience, at least, the people around the board of Experience Wellington are vastly more qualified, knowledgeable and experienced in the matters of governance than I'll say myself. And this is one of those times where, look, I'm all for centralisation. Don't get me wrong. I don't see it as a worrying point. I think we can add a lot of value. But the independence and the independence of the directors and the people we have around these organisations, I think that's sometimes their biggest asset, is that actually we're not in the muds or in the weeds with them. So personal opinion, but just there. So that I will be happy to pass on.
Okay, so we will move those motions. There's nothing to take separately for once in our lives, so it's easy. Councillor Calvert? Okay. Thank you. All right, we will now move on to the Q2 performance report. A lunch about 12:30? Let's at least kind of try and see if we can get through questions and things like that. No mai Jocelyn, Lloyd and Deirdre ki te horo i te kōrero. Please welcome, and I'll leave it to you to introduce, and then we'll go to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, councillors. But the paper before you presents the Council's quarterly report for Q2. Just noting that, in fact, it is a slightly out-of-cycle report. The subsequent reports will be back in cycle. That reflects the election period and the period of staff being away over Christmas as well. The report itself, the paper covers essentially two areas, if you like. One, the quarter-by-quarter performance of the council, and then secondly brings to you, in relation to that, some budget change requests as well. And that's a normal part of our reporting cycle. The report itself is focused on the governance oversight of the council's performance, and in that respect, as was indicated before, we're really happy to take any feedback from you and to make that something more consumable for you. The point that was made about the consistency of the CCOs, yes, we take that point and we're happy to work on that, and we've actually got that underway now. So I'll just leave that as an opening comment. I'll just pass over to Jocelyn just to give some few quick oversight comments on the KPI performance of the report itself, and Deirdre to give some quick comments of the budget, and then we can open up for questions. Jocelyn.
Kia ora koutou. From the non-financial performance perspective, the quarterly two report has got a good story. We have 95 service delivery KPIs, and of those, 40% report annually and 60% report quarterly. So of those KPIs that report quarterly, we've got 72% that have met their target. That means that only 16 have not. And this compares favourably to the year-end financial year 21-22, which was 53%. Because we did not report in Q1, this report does a comparison between year-end and Q2. So when you have a look at those figures, the 16 that did not meet their targets, most of them were Wellington Water. They had issues in terms of their response. There were a number of other ones in terms of waste diversion, consenting, code of compliance, food registrations, alcohol licences, noise control, public toilets, and they were basically to do with resource availability and its impact on timeliness is the reason why they did not meet their targets. And the last one was consequences of changing work and life patterns, and that was parking occupancy. I just would like to point out that this is an exceptions-based reporting, so what you're seeing before you are those KPIs that have not met their target. So KPIs that have met their target are silent in this report. One area that we have not got in the quarterly to report this time round is the strategic priority work program, and that was due to timing issues in terms of reporting availability. That will be presented to you on the 16 March meeting of the Environment and Infrastructure Committee. Happy to take questions.
Should we do Deirdre first, and we'll do all the questions.
Thank you. I'll take it as read the vast amount of finances that are in there, but just a couple of highlights. So overall, we are 3.2 million better off than our budget for the first half of the year. So that's a 7% favourable variance to our budget for the first 6 months. We are 14% underspent on our CapEx programme, and that's based on versus that revised budget that we brought to you in December. And all strategy areas, with the exception of transport, are operating within their budgetary constraints. So from a governance point of view, we are operating within the budget that you set as part of the annual plan, with the exception of transport, and that is largely driven by the issues that we're having around parking revenue. As Joss said, this is an opportunity or the process for us to bring any in-year budget changes relating to the current financial year. So not relating to anything that will come in future years in terms of the annual plan, but just any changes that are required in the current year. So we've got a few of those this quarter. One being Wellington Water, which we have spoken to you about before. There's 3.3 million of OPEX there. Because that's in the current year, that will require debt funding. Takina, so the Takina project is nearing its end, nearing completion before the end of this year, and a little earlier than we expected, and there is an additional budget requirement there of 5.75 million of CapEx. And then the other budget changes that we're talking to relate to the Better Off funding. In August, you were asked to support specific projects to go through to be proposed to DIA for funding. What we're now doing is requesting the budget changes in our internal budget so that we have delegation to spend that money and represent the revenue and expense correctly through our accounts, relating to that funding which will be spent in this current year. So just the portion of that funding that we're expecting to spend between now and June.
Thanks, team. Questions? Do you have something else to say, Lloyd, first? No. Okay. First of all, Councillor Randall.
Yes, so just a little bit of feedback about the report. It's quite consistent, so it is quite good to see, but I would just note that not listing, as a new councillor, you're not listing the KPIs that were met. I find confusing because I don't know what those KPIs are still. So just a little point there. But overall, yeah, that's my. So the question is, can that be put in the future?
Sorry. Are you wanting it still to be an exception-based reporting, but you would like a list of the full list of the KPIs?
Just to say that these KPIs were met in the list. It doesn't necessarily even need to say. But it would just nice to see, because I'm still getting my head around what are the things which are being achieved.
That's fine.
As opposed to what are not. Now, it's taken under advisement about the rest of the council, but me as a new councillor, just trying to get a picture.
I think we'll take this conversation offline, and we'll work through those issues.
Happy to do that.
Yeah, thank you for that feedback, Councillor. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. So for the Three Waters DIA Better Off funding that you want to allocate into our budgets, my understanding is that that DIA approved them around about December. Was that about the time the approvals came through?
So the agreement is still being finalised.
So do you think you can spend all that money that's been allocated we're in February to June, and I'll use the example of the climate change education thing of $3 million. How do you believe that is going to be able to be spent?
Perhaps if I can just clarify, the amount that's been asked to be reflected in the budget is $300,000 for that. So Deirdre just mentioned before that this is an exercise of capturing in this financial year the relative spends, not the entire funding from DIA.
Okay, so it's 300,000 for that particular one.
Yes, it's recommendation 10C.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rapanovich.
Thank you. Just going straight to the numbers. So we're sitting at a deficit currently of 40 million for 6 months. We're looking to move to 93 million for the year?
83.
83 for the year. Sorry, my eyesight with the numbers is hard to see. So we're sitting at this point at a favourable variance. We're moving to an unfavourable variance. So there's a $10 million swing in the next 6 months. And I'm looking at the variance commentary, and I want to know specifically what is it that's going to do that 10 million, because I see a bit of it in there around parking revenue. But what makes that significant movement?
There are a number of multiple factors across a number of business units. So I suppose the year-end position that's forecast is primarily driven by the expected 7.9 million of parking revenue that we're not achieving. There will be a whole manner of different variances within that. In terms of the $10 million swing, when you think of when we did this forecast, which was in December, there's still 7 months of the year to run, and typically we're nervous about over-promising at that point in the year. So there is a commitment that we will go back and review that for the next quarterly report and really understand where those variances are. Some of the savings that you will see throughout the commentary, savings might be the wrong word, money not spent yet, are things like Let's Get Welly Moving, projects that might not have progressed in the manner that we forecast. So you'll remember yesterday I mentioned that phasing of the budget. In some cases we phase on a 1/12th basis, and that's just not how the spend comes through. So there's an element of phasing in that forecast, but there's also an element of us going back now and reviewing the revenue targets and where business units may have returned to a budgeted revenue in the forecast, but actually they've overachieved that throughout the year. So we will be reviewing that through the next quarter.
That's you. All right, Councillor Brown.
On the Takina $5.75 million of additional spend, just have two questions about that. One is that captured by the contingencies, or is this, are we on top of contingencies? And then the second one is, I see that 3.4 million of that spend is effectively decisions we made, the scope changes. Do we delegate to management to make scope changes, or is it or do you have to come back to council or to actually get approval for scope changes?
I'll let you on answer.
So on your first question, it's additional to the contingencies. So we spent the contingencies. In terms of the scope changes, there's a delegation that the CE, within the CE's delegation of up to 5%, so 10%. So in terms of that, we would make scope changes within that delegation.
Is that you're done, Tim? Deputy Mayor Thune.
Mine was similar to Councillor Brown's, actually. Yeah, just I would like a better understanding of the scope changes. Is there a brief update so that? Yep.
I'm just waiting for the officer who has the detail to come to the meeting. So could we just? So I'll answer that.
Thank you. I have another question, so we'll come back to yours, Laurie. Councillor Free.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. So I got very confused, and I thank you for talking to me during the morning tea break about the Better Off funding. But I just wonder if, for the sake of everybody, I might have confused inefficiently too. You could maybe give us an update on what is happening with the water funding of $1 million, which I didn't note there and got worried it had disappeared.
So just a brief update on that, Sarah. We had a project originally lined up that would have tapped into infrastructure acceleration funding for the Johnsonville community in terms of further housing development to be provided up there. And this was very much the spend through the Better Off funding was very much to enable that project to unlock that funding. Unfortunately, through the process, there has been, we had to step back from that because the contractors couldn't commit to what was required under the infrastructure acceleration funding requirements. We are still committed to doing this work to enable that work potentially in the future. So we're not stepping back from doing this work. Johnsonville still needs the assessment done on its Three Waters network. So we're continuing to commit to that spend through Wellington Water.
The likely timing of that water spend?
I can get back to you on that, but it was not ever proposed to be in this financial year. It was likely to be in the next financial year, but obviously that's got to fit into their work program, and I haven't seen any sort of commitment on the timeline for that.
And just one more about that better off funding. So what sort of time frame is it intended to be able to spend the whole 14.2 million?
So as far as the entire envelope for the DIA funding, it's actually, we can spend it up to 5 years based on their guidance from the date of 2022, July 2022, so from last year. We included in that suite of projects an intention to spend that money within the first 2 years of that time period. In other words, we intend to spend all of that money before 1 July 2024, at which point the second tranche of the Better Off funding becomes available, all things held, at current state with the water reform. So spend the first lot, then get on to the second lot.
And I just have one more that you probably won't be able to answer now, but it's just about the price sensitivity of parking.
I think,
and what evidence
sorry,
there might
just
be
to interrupt you quickly, I think Paul's got a little bit more to add to your previous question.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Councillor. Just reminding councillors as well that the revenue and the costs actually match with this funding, so we are not eligible to draw the money down from DIA until we have actually expended the money ourselves. So there is a process here that makes it neutral for our books and our bottom line effectively.
So the implication of that is that we do need to get on and spend some now so that we keep up with the allocation, is that right?
That's right. And the other side of that is it also demonstrates our ability to spend that money on what we've said we would spend it on and get the next $43 odd million, I think it was $42 million that we're eligible for in the future. So.
Yeah, and just the price sensitivity of parking, I realise you probably can't answer that now, but just to note that it's something, I don't presume, is there anyone who can talk about the price sensitivity of the parking?
I think that was one of the Q&As to the annual plan, Sarah, so I think it's either in tranche 1 or tranche 2. I just can't remember when that will be, whether we've sent it or it's coming later tomorrow.
Okay.
It is in the Q&As.
Okay, well, we're still waiting on the person for Councillor Foon's question. Okay, I don't know who I'm looking for, so you... Okay, Danny. All right, Councillor Calvert.
Actually, I'm not sure I should ask this question because it's probably more in relation to the annual plan, but it was a comment just by the previous staff member about infrastructure for Johnsonville. So, but I think I might just leave those for the annual plan because it's in relation to the work that's needed for that side of things, so not directly related now to the the Q2 report and the recommendation there, but I'll just flag it and I'll talk specifically about what I want to know off.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Yes, I just wanted to understand this funding. Is this funding OPEX? And in respect to the investment in Johnsonville, would that normally be covered by CapEx? So are we spending OPEX on CapEx?
So the original intention would be that this was OPEX. It's a scoping exercise that we would be doing to enable a CapEx project effectively to deliver more housing. The intention is still to retain that objective. The Better Off funding application process allowed for some of this funding to be spent on OPEX, but we just had to determine what it was when we put the application in.
Given that there's no more questions, Councillor Foon, are you comfortable with us moving on?
Absolutely, but maybe we can get an update by...
Yeah, we are. We're on it. We're on it. Okay, well, we can at least get this moved before lunch. So this report is going to be moved by Councillor Panovitz.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews. Yeah, I'll move this report. I don't think there's anything further to note or discuss. I think it is our first one, so I'm very comfortable with that, and I think I'm very much looking forward to the next one too. Thanks.
And I am going to second. I understand we've got an amendment on this paper. So I think lunch is still coming out. So shall we move on to the amendment? That you've moved, Councillor Calvert?
I was thinking of it, and now I have decided I'm not going to move an amendment this time, but I'll leave it till next week.
Okay.
But I'm happy to speak to this paper.
Thanks, Councillor. I guess if you have signalled to colleagues, it would have been useful to send an email or let me know, but that would be great if you could do that in future.
Yes, it's only because we're getting information as we go along the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So we move into debate. Councillor Calvert, would you like to speak now?
Look, thank you, officers. I know that Q2, the actual reporting is a work in progress, and with a new council coming on board, having to meet new expectations. So, thank you for that. It's probably the recommendations in respect to the better off funding that I probably am a little bit concerned about, given how recent events been brought about and what some of the money might be being spent on or proposed to be spent on. But I think that might be something now, since it's only 300K this financial year, I think we've got to have a bigger discussion about whether putting $2.7 million into some of those activities around climate education is going to deliver the outcomes that we want, and could that money be better spent still within this space but perhaps more targeted, and then what does that mean in terms of dealing with working with DIA and working through that process, which we would need some time. So, but I am just raising this as something that I believe we need to look at in terms of that. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Kia ora, just briefly, I just would like to acknowledge some really good milestones in performance, and I think in governance we've got an amazing achievement for our city here, that we had a voter turnout of 45.4%, and we were the fourth highest in Aotearoa, and so I think, this is something that was high for us in discussion last term, so let's acknowledge actually our team's work from Democracy Services, particularly in our marketing team, to really help get that result. Nothing to do with the great candidates at the table. And then also just want to acknowledge in discussion, acknowledging Councillor Calvert's points, but we have had action. We have carbon emissions reduction dropped 9%, 86,000 tonnes in 2022. So I think that if we're tracking along this path, this is an exciting trajectory for our city, and we want to own this and really go hard on it. So yeah, just want to acknowledge those two performance outcomes.
Are there any other councillors that wish to speak? I don't believe there are, and I think Team Finance, you probably don't need your right of reply unless you would like to take it up.
My reply is I don't need to reply.
Okay, great. Is there anything that needs to be taken separately here? I don't think there is. Oh my goodness, the efficiency. All right, so we will, sorry, I was the seconder. Did you have, yes, great, fantastic. Voting. Beautiful. Is our Kai ready for us? I think this is a good time to take a lunch break. We will motor through the items after lunch, so we're not looking at a lot longer, colleagues. But I think we could take till 1 o'clock, and but we'll be back here promptly at 1 to get through those remaining items. Kia ora. for local government review, the WCC submission. No, my Barbara McKerrow and Ben Henderson. I have Barbara McKerrow on my that you're speaking to the review, and also I have Ben and Baz. So to introduce.
Thank you, Chair. I think I was going to say just a few introductory words and then hand over to the team to give some context here, because we're well aware there are two high-profile reform processes happening at the moment for local government. The highest profile one being Three Waters reform, or whatever it may now be called, and then the RMA reform. And both of these indicate a level of focus on a form of regionalisation of local government through different kinds of structures and processes. But in questioning whether there was an overall plan or purpose to the change impacting on local government, the Minister of Local Government, Honourable Nanaia Mahuta, made the response that initiated the Future for Local Government process. And I think this is a process that is an opportunity to bring some coherence to the overall plan for change in local government over time. So the review report raised a number of issues and opportunities for local government, but it is currently lacking in detail about how we would go about addressing those opportunities and issues. There is possibly an opportunity for this particular review to have the greatest impact of all if local government responds with strong and bold views about what we think the future ought to entail. So the document you have in front of you is consistent with the views that we have heard from other councils in the region, but also Wellington City Council through the Metro Sector, LGNZ Metro Sector Group, coordinated and led the development of a Metro Sector submission from all of the city councils of New Zealand. And again, there are very common themes between this proposed submission from Wellington City Council and the whole of Metro Sector proposal. And I think one of the most compelling parts of the submission is raising yet again the issue of local government's opportunity to have the kinds of funding and financing tools it needs to be able to address the challenges our communities have into the future. So I'll hand over to the team.
Thanks, Barbara. I'll keep the intro to the paper pretty brief. As Barbara mentioned, the burning platform for this review is the fact that we have a number of other reforms going on right now impacting local government. And so in response to those, the sector asked the Minister to establish a review of the local government sector in its entirety to, I guess, effectively consider what's left, but also what should there be in a future form of local government in New Zealand. So this submission's been produced off the back of our workshop on the 1st of February, as well as workshops with the previous council, and is also taken into consideration discussions had with the review panel, both with this council but also just through engagement opportunities through organisations such as LGNZ. We also note that officers support the amendments raised today, especially, I guess, the points about adding timings to review panel. So really calling out the fact that we shouldn't be messing around when it comes to some of the big challenges we have facing us as a sector. And unfortunately, the devastation caused by Cyclone Gabriel is a case in point about why we need to act quickly to establish coordinated responses to various challenges, but in particular climate change. The review panel signals strongly that they would like the findings of their final report to be owned and led by the local government sector, but there are a few unknowns. So we don't know what the final outcome of the review will be. So at this stage, the draft report is the final report we'll see from the review panel before they submit their final report to the Minister in June. So as far as we know, this is our final opportunity to engage and to inform and to try and shape their recommendations to Cabinet. We don't know what the final shape of the other reforms taking place will be. As Barbara sort of nodded to before, there are some anticipated changes coming along, in particular for Three Waters but at this stage we don't yet know what that looks like. So it's a bit hard trying to recommend potential functional and service changes for local government when we don't know the shape of what some of the other reforms taking place will look like. And I guess the big unknown is that we don't know whether the panel's findings will be adopted by the next government following the 2023 general election, whether that's a left or a right-leaning government. Either way, well, we can't read into the future and what that cabinet will decide to pursue as policy goals. But I guess despite this level of uncertainty, there are a number of knowns which remain, and namely the other core issues which our sector faces. So regardless of the above, we still know that local and central government have a strained working relationship. We know that we need to work on our joined-up response to climate change, on how to give effect to authentic, genuine partnership with iwi, and how to finance cities to fund growth, and also identifying the most effective structure for local government to face the challenges we have coming ahead of us in the 21st century. So we've signalled all of these in the submission, and we've also signalled that we'd welcome the opportunity to engage with the review panel if there is an opportunity to do so before they submit their final report, basically to, I guess, try and help further shape their thinking and try to really encourage them to be specific in the recommendations they put forward to Cabinet. Because, as we discussed at our workshop on the 1st of February, if anyone has read the report, you will have noted that it was very thematic, not very specific. So the more we can help the review panel to shape into more specific, tangible actions, I think the better the outcome will be for us as a city, but also for the sector as a whole. So with that, I'll hand back to the Chair.
Thank you. And just so councillors are clear, we are dealing with an amended substantive. So those changes that you see in red are suggestions from Councillor Pannett that officers agreed with, as Ben has outlined, and we have included. So if you want to take them separately when it comes to the vote, that is your opportunity to do so. We will not discuss and vote on them separately before then. So we are now, any questions of Ben? Any questions, councillors? We have had quite a lot of opportunity to discuss this. No, looks like you're off the hook. Oh, okay. Tim.
Sorry. Look, I totally agree with the what's in red, and I'm just curious as to why. I know that there was material in the draft submission about funding tools, but I mean, our problem is about funding tools. So why didn't you put more emphasis on our funding mechanisms in your original draft, and why would we require our owner to correct that problem?
Through the Chair, I would say there were a couple of sections specifically focusing on funding and financing in the submission. But as we discussed in the workshop at the beginning of this month, it's really tricky trying to identify what are going to be the appropriate funding and financing mechanisms when we don't know the functions and services they're going to have to fund. So it's been one of those, I guess, chicken and egg scenarios, and that we know right now, based on our current state, we could rattle off a number of different funding mechanisms and changes to legislation to enable better funding and financing to fund our current state. But if our current state and our future state look quite different, then we're kind of recommending for changes which would no longer be relevant. So that's why really the review panel needs to really consider funding and financing mechanisms as a part of the functional and service changes that they recommend in terms of what is the purpose of local government moving forward. So it needs to be hand in hand rather than separated out, which is what they've currently done.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. That's an interesting report. I noticed that one of the things you note is the dilemma of trying to get clarity between the functions of regional and local councils. But I'm thinking particular of the struggle we are having in our transport network, partly and our strong dependency on the regional council to deliver our public transport service, which is a key element of our urban strategy, our climate change strategy, and yet this is out of our control. Is nothing in your recommendations? What is it in your recommendations about trying to get a better alignment of that functionality, such that we can manage the whole suite of services properly?
The one thing which we've really called out, which which officers believe has been missing from the review panel's thinking so far, is the success or not of the Auckland Council reforms. So not just the structural components of that, but also the fact that you're now delivering all those services across a region from one entity, or one council entity anyway. There's been very little, if any, comment on if those reforms have been successful or not. And as far as I've been able to find, there hasn't been much detailed research on if they've been successful either, independent research. So something we do call out in the submission is that we really want to actually hear from the review panel, have those reforms worked, have they not worked, both, from the governance, decision-making, structural level, but also from just delivering services for communities. Is it working better? Is it not? Yeah, so it is something we are asking for more detail on.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good point.
No more questions. Thank you very much. And I will pass over to Councillor O'Neill, who's going to move this.
Tēnā koe, Chair. It is my pleasure to move the report of our submission from Wellington City Council to Central Government on the future of local government review. It's been 34 years since last major reform of local government. Tam, Nico and I weren't even alive in 1989, and Councillor McNulty was only 1 year old. So it's time to change. It's time for a future system of local governance that will need the agility and the capability to evolve to respond in an ever-changing environment. Today's communities face a host of challenges, including climate change, pandemics, biodiversity loss, and growing social and economic inequity. I wanted to highlight a few of our key points in the submission. The draft report comes up seriously slack in detail right now, and our submission mentions the need for this in a rather more eloquently put. Further articulation is needed on a number of issues. Another key point in our recommendations of the submission is that an overhaul of local government legislative framework is needed. A fellow young elected member said it best: "It's all fun and games until someone invokes the Local Government Act 1974 instead of the Local Government Act 2002. That was Rohan, the previously youngest elected member in the country last term, and now he's the Deputy Mayor of Nelson. The Local Government Act 2002 has failed to keep up with the changing times. And lastly, the structure of local government is not equipped to fully acknowledge our te tiriti o waitangi responsibilities. In our submission, we talk about the progress made with tākai here, the significant engagement burden placed on iwi by both local and central government, and it calls out the lack of resources available for iwi to engage in meaningful partnership. Local government will need to adapt, local government will need to rebuild trust, and local government will need to truly look at what it means to be representative of our communities. I recommend this submission to the committee, and I take that it is all read. I'm also incredibly happy that Councillor Pennant has brought forward some amended substantive amendments, and ask that you all read them carefully. Thank you.
Councillor Pennant, do you wish to speak now?
So, through the chair, it would be fair to say that I believe government can perform a useful role in our lives, but unfortunately in this piece of work this is not one such example, and I think this is a real on the part of central government, this panel, and even the local government sector, that we're facing such failure. Mr. Henderson really took one for the team. It was a very difficult submission to write. Because there wasn't really much you could say. It's a very sort of high-level document which really should have made a lot more progress over the time that the panel had available. And saying that the panel also was greatly constricted by central government in terms of its reform panel, which is critical. I have been restrained, colleagues. I could have done 40 amendments, but I knew that Po Iwi Liz would tell me off. So and the chair. So I just restricted myself to 2. But look, really, I actually want to read to you from the Shand report, 2007.
This was the report that was done to look at local government financing. The main actions required from central government are providing some new funding sources, some of which involve increased funding from central government to enable the level of rates to be held at sustainable levels over the next 10 years. 2007, people. I mean, maybe some people weren't even born then. That is, look, it's just too slow. And the problem is that nature is on its march. We don't have time to, spend the next 10 years puddling around talking about, who's going to pay for climate change and who's not. So the amendments that I've got here are just basically and of course this submission was drafted before we saw the horrors of Cyclone Gabrielle, just to say, look, this is urgent. We need to move as quickly as possible, looking at our legal status, how the sector is funded and what the policy direction is. And then the funding, I mean, really, this should have been dealt with. It hasn't. We are having all this angst over our budget when really we should have a full suite of funding tools. Councillor Brown will sort out how efficient we are. I've been having a good chat to him at lunchtime. So that we can meet the needs of all of our communities. So a big thanks to officers, really difficult submission. I think the points that have been made are all well made. And I can only hope that the government and the panel will listen and take action rapidly. Kia ora.
Thank you. I'll open that up for debate, but don't take that as any form of encouragement. Does anybody wish to speak? No! Amazing. Is there anything anybody wants to take separately? Amazing. All right, we will put this. As we are super efficient, I'm suggesting we bundle up forward program and actions planning, and I'll pass over to Stephen to introduce those.
I'll take them as read, Chair.
Do councillors have any questions? Oh. Councillor Pannett.
Apologies if I've missed this, but I think the Deputy Mayor said I hadn't. The landfill surplus work, where are we at with that? Because that is very, very important to some of us.
Paul, do you know, or Andrea? I'm not, or Siobhan?
Councillor Pannett, can you just expand on...
So the Deputy Mayor did us a great favour and said we need to be looking at the way we're spending our surpluses.
Oh, yeah. So
that was done...
We sent that to you? Oh, okay. All right, yeah, so no, we will get that out. Yeah,
that
on the
would be excellent. And will that be in time for Tuesday?
I'll check. Yeah, okay. We've done a lot of that work, so we should be able to... Yeah.
That would be great, because we want to make money, not just spend it. Kia ora.
Who is this capitalist that has taken over Councillor Pannett's body? So if there are no further questions, I will put this motion, and my buddy John will second. And
yes.
Is there any debate? We'll go to the vote. All right, so now I will move, and do I have a seconder that we go into public exclusion for the next item? Councillor Young? No debate on that, then we will vote. Thank you, councillors. We'll just take a minute to turn off the live stream, and Pauiwi Hohaya has to leave the room. I can text him.
Said that I'd text him, sorry, but
I'm texting him right now. Yes, sorry, councillors. We will be right back. So the next item of business is in order to continue our discussion on the annual plan on Tuesday, as councillors have been advised, we need to continue the meeting beyond the 6 hours limit, because obviously Tuesday is more than 6 hours away. We need to agree to adjourn the meeting until 9 a.m. Tuesday, the 28th of February. So I will move that. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Young? Yes, it's 9 a.m, not 9:30. There is a time pressure because Audit and Risk is meeting in the afternoon at 1:30. So just so councillors will know, I'm going to be very strict on speaking limits and possibly even more time conscious than I am normally, because it will be difficult to keep going beyond the 12:30 that we're scheduled for. We'll cross that bridge when, and hopefully we don't come to it. Right, so we're voting on these two as a block. Oh, so I did press it, sorry. Did it too soon, obviously. Beautiful. All right. I will close the meeting with a karakia. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia ki te uru tapanui. Kia wātia, kia mama, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua. E te ara takatū. Koia rā e rongo, whakairia ake ki runga. Kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia. Thank you so